Thank you. Actually, can I have that pen, please? Thank you. Sorry, I thought I turned my microphone off. I know I need it. And if you can pass that back to John, thank you. Hi, sorry. Welcome to the regular city council meeting Tuesday, July 16th, 2024 of the city council of the city of San Juan Bautista. We are actually starting off with a joint meeting with the Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence Committee. But first, Councilmember Morris Lopez, if you will start us off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Freeman,
Here.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan,
Here.
Mayor Frios, absent. And UGB committee, committee member Debris,
Here.
committee member Maderos,
Here.
committee member Morris Lopez,
Here.
and Chair Mark Tarana.
Here.
Thank you. We're getting into a workshop to review the memorandum of understanding between the city of San Juan Bautista and San Benito County regarding development in the planning area outside the city limits and provide direction to the committee.
You want us to take the lead here at this
Sure.
point?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure,
Yeah.
sure. Okay, so I wanted to make a couple of comments to lead off. I wanted to thank you guys for the joint meeting. Appreciate you guys meeting with us this way. The full committee was anxious for the opportunity to meet this way for feedback after the sort of late stage pause that we had at the last council meeting, so that we could hopefully get more direct feedback and more just interaction with you guys. We at our meeting have asked Dan to lead with a presentation for the committee, and then we're all here for questions or comment and direction as you guys see fit. So I'm going to turn it over to Dan at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought we might start by acknowledging is probably the best word, of acknowledging where we are now. The city council approved unanimously a sphere of influence and an urban growth boundary to be what's called coterminous, which means the same thing as the city limit line. So that's already happened. And then in order to answer the question, what happens on the other side of those lines, those coterminous lines, the jurisdictional limit, the sphere of influence, and the growth boundary, the UGB committee took up the task of saying, well, first of all, any ground that is outside of our jurisdictional limit is just that, outside of our jurisdiction. It belongs to the county. The county has the final say on what happens on ground that the city does not own and does not have jurisdiction over. Okay, well, what's the county going to do on those lands? Well, what do we care what the county does? Well, we care what the county may or may not do within a certain area, but not other areas, like over by the airport or down by Bitterwater. But but as to the area around San Juan Bautista, we care. And in fact, I brought along the San Juan Bautista general plan from 2015. And that area that we care about was discussed and put into this general plan and named either an area of concern or a planning area. Those two terms in this general plan are used interchangeably. So whichever term you're most comfortable with, go with that. But we called it a planning area, but you may certainly also refer to it as an area of concern. And there's even a map in the general plan, the current general plan showing that area of concern. So if you turn then to the San Juan Bautista general plan and say, all right, well, what does it say as to what happens within that area? It says this pretty cryptically, quote, any project in this area of the county, like the area being the area of concern, planning area, any project in this area of the county should notify the city and receive input, period. And that's it. So a thoughtful person might ask themselves, okay, well, how will the county notify the city of a project going on or being proposed rather? Applied for within that area? What's that notification look like? What does it consist of? How do we know exactly what it is that's being proposed? And then as to the second thing, once we receive enough information about what is being in fact proposed within this area that we care about, it says in our general plan that we would like to, we as a city, as a community, would like to provide input as to that proposal to the county. Again, it's their land, they make the decision, they make the determination. However, San Juan would like something to say about it. We would like to be heard. We would like a seat at the table. We would like to raise our hand if it was a Zoom meeting and say, oh, we're the city of San Juan. Here's what we think. So how does that happen exactly? Well, it's kind of a philosophical question that we tried to answer. First, we identified the area that we care about, and we referred to that as our planning area. And I think that was approved also 5-0, wasn't it, Chris? So the city council already approved the planning area. But the planning area is pretty large, and just philosophically, we agreed amongst ourselves, and I think this body might also agree, that it just stands to reason the closer that a project is proposed to the city, the more we care, right? Conversely, the further away it is from the city, the less we care. But still within our planning area, our area of concern. So we're still concerned about it, but not as much as if it's on doorstep, if it's on our front porch. So trying to accommodate that idea, which I think is true, closer it is, the more we care, we divided up the planning area into tiers, 3 tiers. The first one, tier 1, meant to be an expression of the fact that we care a lot. We want to maximize our input to the county. Going on to tier 2, we care pretty much, but lesser input. And then the last tier, tier 3, is basically an expression of this community's caring about a proposal and application in that area, but saying that the amount of input and the level of input that we provide to the county is not going to be the same as if this application, this proposal for a housing subdivision or a water slide or whatever it might be, was right up on our doorstep. We're going to provide less input. So then the question arose, and still is present, how do we get the county how do we ask the county if they agree with us? So this, back to the San Juan general plan. Any project in this area of the county should notify the city and receive input. Any project in this area should notify the city. Well, the county hasn't agreed to notify us. I can tell you as a practical matter, I've been doing this stuff around here for a long time. The county always, as a matter of course, provides notice to the city. They've been great about that. We hope that they will continue to be great about that. So therefore, it shouldn't be too much of an ask to say, can you continue to notify us if you guys receive applications for stuff that's around us? So provide notice. Do you county agree with that? Do we have an understanding that if you get an application within our planning area, you're going to let us know? Can we understand each other on that? We can? Okay, great. That's what the MOU says. And then the last thing, to receive input, the county will receive input. Do you also agree, county, to receive input from the city? Do we have an understanding of that? We do? Okay, great. Then that should go in the memorandum of understanding. And that's it. The rest of the MOU talks about the ways in which this city will provide that input to the county. Starting on tier 3, which we kind of refer to as the blue tier because it's the furthest away. And we still care, but not as much. That input to the county would basically consist of a letter from the planning commission chair to the county saying, dear county, the San Juan Bautista Planning Commission discussed this proposal. Thank you for sending it over. We've looked at it, and here's what we think. Just a letter. And then the medium tier, where we care a little bit more, there's more of a chance for the city to deliberate, meaning to kick it around, to have a vote. And then the yellow tier, things that are right on our doorstep, we would like the vendor, the third-party planning firm that would be handling such an application, instead of sending their report to, oh, that was great. Instead of sending their report to the planning department on technology, they send it to San Juan Bautista. And then it is reviewed by San Juan. It is discussed at the San Juan Planning Commission. The San Juan Planning Commission votes yes or no. And then the county can vote yes or no. I'm sorry, the council can vote yes or no if appealed. And then it goes on to the county. But in all instances, the county maintains the right to make the final determination. So it's a jurisdictional issue, and there's just no way around that. And I think that's how it should be. So therefore, the MOU, in my opinion, is pretty straightforward. I think it incorporates these concepts of notification by the county and input from the city back to the county, and it describes the ways in which that can happen or should happen in the committee's view. So the committee has talked about this at length. Lots of revisions, working with our very capable city attorney, Mr. Giffen, and the city manager, Don Reynolds, whose guidance and leadership were essential with this task. And we have this before you now for consideration and approval. The next step would be for this to go over to the county to see what they have to say. Recognizing that it's not going to be a yes or no to the county, but our intention, I was talking with Chris actually just earlier this afternoon. Our intention with this document is to start a conversation with the county. Maybe there's things in here that they'd like to change or clarify. Maybe there's things that are agreed upon. Nope, that makes sense. Let's agree on that. We have a problem with that, but let's start a conversation and end up with a friendly MOU between the city and the county saying what the expectations are for the county and what the deliverables will be by the city should there be an application for development within the areas that we care about. And with that, I'll conclude and ask if there are any questions for the committee, anything I can answer by the council, any follow-up.
Thank you. City manager, do you have any follow-up on that?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Dan, for that background. That was thorough, very good. When the committee talked about what was the best tool, we talked about everything from a vote of the community, a vote of the residents, to an ordinance, to an MOU, recognizing that perhaps the MOU would be a faster remedy, but temporary. Until such a time that the council and the residents can determine whether or not this needs to go to the vote to be on the ballot, or whether an ordinance would suffice. And that even an ordinance would take 90 days, and right now we feel vulnerable because the sphere of influence is so large. So in preparation for this meeting tonight, I did share the MOU with the county RMA, and Ariel Goodspeed is here representing the county. And we had a chance to meet for about 90 minutes on Friday, and I just wanted to share briefly what our conversation was, because you're right. Ariel and I walked through the different zonings that surround this city in the county general plan. And her first question, and correct me if I'm wrong, you'll get a chance to speak, Ariel, is the city trying to interpret the county's general plan? No, we're just providing feedback, and the county has the ultimate jurisdiction and decision making. And then she asked the wonderful question, why can't we work together? And and I said, we can. And I'll let her expand a little bit on the county's plans for a new land use element in her general plan. Ariel, are you ready?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for inviting the county to be here. You guys have worked really hard, and I, greatly value kind of your big picture perspective of we, really want to look at, kind of protecting our open space, protecting our ag, and I think that both of our jurisdictions have similar visions. So a few things I have, and one more additional thing, and I apologize on, but as I was going through since our Friday meeting and looking at some of this, one of my there a lot of your concepts have to do with process, but it doesn't really hit on policy. And so I think, the big thing is, what is going to be the governing policies that we're looking at for any project coming in. And the county is working on an ag element update, and we really think we need to work in unison and on that. But one of the things that came in addition to just, let's look a little bit further on the policies, is in that first tier, it talks about how on item 2, it says the county forwards the application to San Juan Bautista for processing as the lead agency. And I was wondering if you've had any legal counsel review about being able to be the lead agency, because I was looking up some of the case text, and there's specific requirements in order to be a lead agency. And I can read you some just really quick. Section B is what really applies, and it says, so under section 15051, if the project is to be carried out by a non-governmental person or entity, the lead agency shall be the public agency with the greatest responsibility for supervising or approving the project as a whole. So in your mapped area, I'm not sure that it would meet that definition. And then 2, it goes on where a city pre-zones an area, the city will be the appropriate lead agency for any subsequent annexation of the area and should prepare the appropriate environmental document at the time of the pre-zoning. The local agency formation commission shall act as a responsible agency. But what you're looking at doing isn't necessarily meeting that definition. So can we adopt an MOU with the process as outlined, if it's not meeting necessarily the state law as being the lead agency? I think we need to dive a little bit deeper into that and probably get your city attorney and our county council involved to look at that. But just I'm a planner, so I only have my planning hat on, but that was something that also was coming up as, how do we address that? In addition, there's another layer of regulation and processing that would happen to any applicant coming in. And so has the economic impacts been analyzed, looking at that. Again, I just want to come back and say that I think that we could definitely work together more to flesh out, designation and policies under the designation. Most of the area surrounding and within your mapped area, is ag. There's a few areas that are rural, but most of it is ag. And so I think that if we coordinate further on those policies, where we're hitting the goals of what you're trying to do here, might be a good avenue to proceed. So I'll kind of pause, and then I can come back if there's more questions.
Ariel, this is Chris Martirano, the chair of the UGB and SOI committee. How are you?
Good evening.
Your comment about process, not policy, is a great comment. It is exactly right. And I think the perspective is a little different in that we are proposing a document to start the conversation. We understand that there needs to be a lot of refinement and development through this process, and that it's going to be a complicated process. We're proposing a starting point. And so we're tonight presenting what we think is a reasonable starting point for that broader conversation to the city council to get them up to speed, a progress report, their general approval in terms of the general direction that we're headed, so that we can then take this document, come to you, and start that conversation and get into the nitty gritty and the stuff that you are talking about. We're just, but we're not, I don't think we're prepared to have that conversation. We need to get sort of past this next step to then continue on and have that conversation. We need a baseline, and our baseline is, in theory, this MOU to then build upon.
So
Does that make sense?
let me get this right. We need a conversation to start a conversation. That's what I heard.
We've had a conversation. We're asking you to say, yeah, you looks like you guys are headed in the right direction. And now go ahead and start the process of locking this down to a formal agreement. But we don't have the authority at this stage to go start negotiating with the planning commission, the county at all. And so we're looking for that direction from you guys to then take this on to the next step.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Pro Tem Mayor. Yes, I just want to remind everyone sitting here at the dais that this has been a long process. I don't want to belabor that. And Ms. Goodspeed did acknowledge that it's been a lot of hard work. There's been a lot of changes in membership, even from the formation of an ad hoc committee, which would consist of 3 members. And now it's more than 3 members, and it's a formal committee. So we've gone through a lot of changes. Point being that I want to make is that we sat here as a council of 5, and we voted a while back that we agreed with the sphere of influence, the designation, and even the concept of the tiers. So for me sitting here tonight, wearing 2 hats as a committee member of the SOI, 3 years into it now, and also an elected city council member, it's pretty clear to me that, this is not a conversation to start a conversation. No, this was decided by a unanimous vote. And we need to move forward with a starting point, as Chair Moritano stated If we don't have a starting point, then there is no conversation and there is no negotiation. And this is the right time to do this. Because the county is looking at their general plan for amendments. We are also looking at our general plan for amendments, and so is the city of Hollister. And the major theme for all those entities is preservation and talking about development and land use. And so we need to get on top of this. We voted unanimously. We need to move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Hello. So my thoughts around this, I've had several different conversations with a lot of people about this, and most of my concerns have not been addressed. The point of a committee to go through and do the research, to do the hard work, and I was originally on the committee and no longer now, is to do the research, do the gathering, get a starting point, and bring it back to the council for direction and approval moving forward. And that's where we are. And so we're using all the mechanisms that we have and that we have available to us, and then we're at this point. And so, yes, there was a lot of hard work done. The point now is not to pass that hard work through, is for us to, think about it, analyze it, and vote on it. And that's what we're doing now. So I think we're doing all the right things. My concerns, Miss or Mrs. I don't know, I didn't catch Ariel Goodspeed. A lot of her questions and concerns around the memorandum are some of the major sticking points I have with the memorandum. I agree that we should start having a conversation with the county. I'm real stuck on, we have land outside of our official city boundaries now, that is county land, and we want to be lead agency for projects on those land, on those properties. How do we do that? Right. And so if a county official is already taking a cursory look at that and having those same questions, I've looked over this and I've researched into it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I've had conversations, we've talked about it, and I've thought about it a lot. It doesn't make any sense to me. And then
Could I address that, or you want to continue?
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that's fine.
so there's that part of it. I completely agree with and understand the concept of a tiered approach to communicate how interested or not interested we are in what's going on. It makes total sense. It's just okay, what are the mechanisms, how we do, right, the policy afterwards. And in my opinion, if there were, the county has notified us that has been working. There is a process now. If there was a county project that was going to be going on or being voted on that's, butting up against, anywhere in the city, I'd be doing the same thing I did when I got interested in things that were going on inside, the city of San Juan. I'd be sitting at the appropriate county meetings, voicing my opinion, which is what we all should be doing when we have concerns, and voicing our opinions. I don't understand. Like I said, it doesn't make sense for us to try to, change or policy. If the memorandum stopped at the definition of tiers and explained to the county just how interested we are as a start, I'd be good with that. I think that's all I have about this for now.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
The point I wanted to make is, and Ariel, I was thinking of this as well during your commentary or comments, excuse me, not comments. Essentially, I think you said, how are we to be the lead agency on land in the county's jurisdiction? That correctly stated?
I mean, yeah, it was the same question.
And my question or my response is, if the sphere of influence map that exists today covers the majority of the area that we have expressed as a sphere, as the planning area today, if they get a project within that sphere of influence, they pass it to us anyway, not as a courtesy, but because that's the process with a project within our sphere of influence.
We voted to send a new map to that.
I understand that. We have not done that yet, but we have done that, and that's, no, but that's the point. This is simply changing the way we approach that. And it was a very deliberate change because we did not want the sphere to project to the outside that we were looking for, that we were planning for growth out into this area that would double, triple, or quadruple the size of the city. Because I don't think anybody it would favor that. Certainly no one I've ever spoken to during this process in my time living here. There's nobody who would favor that. But that is what's expressed in that sphere, in the sphere that's out there today, right? So it's simply it's just a change in approach. We're not really doing anything different. The sphere that's out there today, they come to us already. We're just asking for the process to be a little changed and to communicate out more clearly to people that are coming in with projects, what the lay of the land is.
So outside of our sphere, we do not meet the legal standing in the opinion of a county official to be lead agency. And our intention is to pull our sphere to our boundaries. And that's a statement. That's what we were planning to do.
Sure. And so if we need to change the description of lead agency, we need to tweak the process.
Can't do that.
Pardon me?
State law can't do that.
Right. So we change the wording in the MOU, we move forward. It doesn't.
Still state law. MOU is not going to affect state law.
Right. I'm not suggesting that, John,
Yeah. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
it's just a question of, to me, again, it's a starting point for the conversation. If that needs to be addressed, then let's address it. If you guys want to address it here and line that out and then move the MOU forward, that's fine too.
So then could we just pass this along? Thank you, Ariel, for all your comments too. And I'm really thrilled that you folks are looking at an ag element in your general plan. It's nice to hear that the city of Hollister is as well, that we're preserving as much as we possibly can. And your comments on number 5 are great. And so we take this document now, if the council were to approve this MOU or providing our thoughts on an MOU and giving it to the planning commission, then the planning commission takes this and they line through it like Ariel just did in number 5 and say, well, you really can't, we have to be, it's the law. So we change the language in that. And then we have our city manager and our city attorney speak with their counterparts in the county, and whomever the council chooses to be a part of those conversations, if that's where we want to go, then they bring theirs back to us, and this is a back and forth until we have an MOU that everybody can agree on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so then the other thing is with our original sphere this big, the county has to come to us. Because we're sending a new map with the sphere of influence and urban growth boundary being coterminous with the city limits, they don't have to. There is no mechanism, there is no reason for them to say, hey, San Juan, what do you think about this? They can just say, hey, San Juan, guess what we're doing? So this then gives a conversation saying, can you please have a conversation with us before you put something Amazonish at Breen? I mean, I think it's a phenomenal idea, and I appreciate all the work that everybody who's been involved in this from day one has done. And I'm of the opinion, and please, we have 21 more minutes, 26 minutes to converse on this. So if anybody else wants to chime in, please have at it. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that Council Member Freeman started that he wanted to have a conversation. Could you elaborate on what you were trying to say? I know you said a couple of things, but is there something further you want to say on what conversation we should be having with the county versus the cities? That's something you want to let us know more about? Maybe we put some thought into this.
Well, I've thought about it quite a bit, and I think we're already doing a great job of conversing with the county. I don't know of any particular issues ever. Having our planning commission, having our city planner converse with Ariel and Michael and Abraham, those conversations occur naturally and fluidly, and I don't think we need to gum it up with another contract.
It's food for thought, and please chime in. If we don't have this, we've been having handshake agreements forever. And yet we continue to have conversations about not having handshake agreements. So this just, when the board changes, when the planning commission changes, when our council changes, they might not want a handshake anymore. So this prevents that and asks them to come on over to our table and have a conversation. It's all that,
It doesn't.
correct me if I'm wrong, this just asks them to have a conversation with us. It doesn't demand anything, it doesn't tell them they have to do anything, and it doesn't prevent them from not doing anything, but it's super nice to actually have a starting point. And Ariel, hang on one second, I have Councilmember Sabathia with a.
So there are several points in here where we actually are demanding to be the lead agency. We were saying that we will do this. So there are demands in here, and this is now, this is an attempt, like I said, if there are certain sticking points I have with this from an idea standpoint of let's define some tiers and state our intent.
Yep.
Cool. This goes beyond that. And if it were pared back from that, I wouldn't have the objections. And then number two, this is now saying that the current sphere of influence indicates that we were, rubber stamping Amazon and doing all this. It didn't. Like we're fixing a problem that didn't exist before.
But it could. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah.
And. So, sorry, John, he raised his
Oh, I'm
hand.
sorry.
I didn't ask.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I saw a hand raised. Go
I
ahead.
didn't want to, okay, no, I'd like to think that, the county and the city has a vision. And in that vision, we have a general plan. And both the county and the city has a general plan. And they do, and in that general plan, it states a vision. And in that vision it says we need to talk. And how we need to talk is the process that we need to talk and bring forward. And I think that process begins here at this table right now to move forward. And if we do that, we can do and serve. I've been appointed, I've been elected, or whatever you want to call it, to serve the people of this community. Not only that, but I'm also a community of the county as well. So I'm a citizen there. So there are no distinctions to say that we stop talking and moving forward on any item as far as that goes. There's no boundaries that's been set up in both visions, is saying that we don't talk and move forward in a positive direction. So I think we're all saying the same thing here and moving forward and doing something that's right for both. I think what's happened in the past, like I've heard in some of the meetings, that, well, that's fine, but we can't trust them. So I think what we're doing here is to take away any doubts about how do we approach this. And all we're doing is saying yes to the county, that we want to help you and achieve your goal. And the vision here is to preserve our way of life here. And we can cross the T's and dot the I's, specifically what those details mean. But we all know that we want to protect the rural heritage that we've inherited from this county and the cities that go along with it. So I think that's the direction we need to go. And if we keep putting roadblocks in front of that, I think we're doing a disservice to our community and to the people of this county. Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
I'm not trying to put up any roadblocks. I've always been one to want to converse with the other side. But I would just say that a quick reading of the MOU kind of points out that it's not quite ready for prime time yet. If we have the lead agency being us and it contradicts state law, that's not ready for prime time, and we have to fix that. I think we need to, if we want to continue down this path, we need to fix those items and talk with the county and have planner to planner conversation with the county, have planning commission to planning commission chats with the county if need be. 3 or 4 years ago, we had a joint planning commission with the county, and they said they're going to do it again, and it didn't happen, and that's too bad. It was also a 3-way conversation with Hollister too. We should do that again. That's the way you really get to iron these things out. I think we should, the contract needs to be revised to the MOU needs to be revised so it doesn't break state law. And so we have clear identification of who the lead agency is. And that might mean we need to change the sphere of influence a little bit. Truth be known, I was never in favor of a coterminous sphere of influence and city limits. It's a bad planning decision. You can talk to any planner in any jurisdiction in the Tri-County area and they will say, what? Yeah, that is true, Dan. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem. So, I think this meeting, if I can refresh everyone's memory that's sitting here tonight, we called for this joint meeting because the outcome at our last regular city council meeting, I was this only council member that wanted to move this to be voted on, and I didn't get a second. And so the 3 other remaining members, I believe it was council member Sabathia, Freeman, and Mayor Friels, who was not here tonight. And there was no explanation. It was like crickets. And so here we are tonight. We are in good faith as the SOI Urban Growth Committee wanting to elicit your explanations, which you did not give that night. It was like it was just dead silence. And I feel like that is an irresponsibility. I hate to say it, because the constituents deserve the right to know why you do not pass a motion or give any kind of feedback or commentary. So we then asked for this meeting to take place. And what I'm hearing, the 2 sounds like dissenters, once again, council members Sabathia and Freeman, you're picking up the argument from the commentary that you heard the county rep give tonight. She also had a preview of a previous MOU, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Griffin. Did not the county read that prior to you redlining this and fixing it? They've had a couple shots at this MOU, correct? The county.
Sure.
I believe
I didn't
they
send it
did.
to them.
Somebody, they were at some meetings, weren't they, City Manager Reynolds?
Very early before the MOU was drafted.
Right, so they had a very good idea of what the content with this has not changed. The core elements are here. The tiers, the reason, granted lead agency, but I want to point out to this final document here to all of us sitting here, including the county rep. Okay, so if you look at page 1, underneath item number 2, which is at the bottom of the page, and this will clear up any inconsistencies or paranoia or fear that we're breaking the law. It states here clearly. Number 2, purpose. The purpose of this MOU is to establish policies. I heard fear about, well, we need policies. Well, here it is. Establish policies to guide development, in parentheses, as hereinafter defined in a certain portion of the unincorporated area of San Benito County that is adjacent to and surrounding the city planning area, as more particularly described in Exhibit A. So right there, it addresses the fact that we're going to work on policies. Nowhere are we trying to override current policies or state law. Then I'm going to point out the final comment I have on that. If you so should read this, it is on the 2nd page, letter E. Sovereign immunity. The city and the county and the respective governing bodies do not waive their sovereign immunity by entering into the MOU. and each fully retains all immunities and defenses provided by law concerning any action based on or occurring as a result of this MOU. This answers everything right here. Clearly, you're shaking your head. Can you please expand on that, Sebastian? Sebastian. Go ahead.
We have 15 sorry. We have 15 minutes and I have to get everybody's comments in, including Ariel and public comment. So go.
I take great offense to, I would say insinuation, but I was called out as you've been, stated that you've been called out. I've had several meetings with the chair. I have stated pretty clearly, we've had open conversations. Yep, but we've had other conversations about it. Here in meetings, we've talked about it. And I've stated my reasons for, discomfort, for having questions, not agreeing with things all the time. So anybody who doesn't know what my reasons are isn't listening in these meetings. So again,
Sorry.
I wasn't done.
I apologize.
Secondly, I was concerned about this and thinking about it. When did the council get polled and agree to have an extra meeting? I thought this would happen at the 6 o'clock meeting normally. When did we talk about doing this at 5?
There is another section on, this is just a workshop. Yes, this is just a workshop. We have a agenda item 9A.
Yep.
In the council meeting.
Nobody asked me if I was available for the workshop. I just happened to be able to show up.
Perfect. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate that. Ariel, go ahead.
So I just want to apologize. I attended one other meeting many months ago, and it was prior to the MOU draft. I had a meeting with Don, like you mentioned, on Friday and sent the draft over. And so I've only really taken a look at it for a couple days. So I apologize, it's a little bit late, but I just wanted to reassure the council that my comments are more just about how do we implement the MOU if brought to the board and adopted, and things to consider. There's no for or against. I'm just thinking implementation of it. So those are my comments. And then I just wanted to reassure the city council that after that first meeting I attended months ago, we immediately took the boundary area of your planning area that's in, it's your blue dotted line on your map. We had our GIS analysts put it on the map on our county GIS maps, and any project that's going through the county that is in your planning area, we have been sending over to the city of San Juan Bautista planning because it was heard at that meeting the priority for the city to be included, and the counties, our goal is just to continue to work together as one community. So I just wanted to include that. And so if some of my comments are not 100% fleshed out, I apologize. I have not spent a long time looking through the MOU.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
If I could just have a few seconds, Mayor.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
We've also invited the executive director of LAFCO to be here in terms of process. If the county is moving forward with a land use element, with a draft to the Board of Supervisors in September and October, then it could be moving parallel with this matter. So the MOU is in place. We're moving towards a permanent policy, be it in form of a ballot measure or an ordinance. They could move forward together. And I just wanted to give Jennifer a quick second to remind us of the process going forward. If you don't mind, Jennifer.
Hello, okay. Hi, Jennifer Stevenson with LAFCO. Just want to make sure I don't forget anything here. Thanks for the invitation tonight, and keeping me in the loop as to all of these discussions. Ultimately, the sphere of influence is a LAFCO decision. So while the city council did approve a reduced sphere of influence, it's not implemented until LAFCO approves it. So it continues to exist as it does in your general plan until that time. So joint planning efforts between cities and counties are really best practices. And joint planning areas and agreements and other similar concepts are commonplace in the state, in urban as well as rural areas. I've seen them at many of my LAFCOs. So, and I highly recommend them because they create consistency from one city council to one county board of supervisors. You know, there's turnover and even amongst staff. And I can tell you, even here in San Benito, that I have found documents from just 8 years ago that staff at one of the cities and staff at the county were unaware of. So you have that kind of turnover, and this kind of process creates consistency from, you know, turnover. I do also want to say the county does have sole authority in the unincorporated areas, but it has a certain obligation within the sphere of influence of the city to coordinate on all applications as well as development standards or planning standards. So there's an understanding that when a development or proposal comes forward within a city's sphere of influence, that the city is coordinated with. Because those areas will likely eventually be annexed into the city and could have an impact on services and a fiscal impact on the city. That's the reasoning. There's also government code requirements for that obligation. Government code, section 56425, subsection B, mandates that a city and county shall meet in an effort to reach agreement on the sphere of influence boundaries and the development standards and planning and zoning requirements within the city's sphere of influence. So right now, as it exists, the city has a particular power in its sphere of influence. While it's unincorporated and the county has land use authority there, the city also has a certain level of power. But by reducing your sphere of influence, you will be relinquishing the ability to have that kind of negotiable power. And that is why when I came to the committee at one of the former meetings, I recommended prior to submitting your application to LAFCO that right now you have negotiating leverage by having your sphere there, that prior to retracting it back to the city limits, that there should be an agreement of some sort in place that ensures that the city still has a voice in what goes on adjacent to or in the immediate vicinity of the city. So that is the reason behind this MOU. And so I would say that as part of the process, LAFCO will be conducting a municipal service review to inform the sphere of influence update for the city this fiscal year. Thus the necessity to complete the MOU and an application to LAFCO right now. And likely by the end of the fiscal year, you'll have an updated sphere of influence. Okay, so I'm available if you have any other questions from a LAFCO perspective, please let me know.
Please sit by. We have another session going on after this.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to address two things in closing. First, as to the sentiment, well, we already have a great relationship with the county. I think I'm uniquely positioned in that I'm the only one here to have worked with the county as a planning commissioner for 14, 15 years and this city for another 14 or 15 years. So I know firsthand and could testify better than anybody about that great relationship. But I think the simple response is then all the more reason to have them agree to an MOU. As the LAFCO director just said, staff turnover changes. If all we're asking them to do is to continue doing what they have been doing, that's not a very big ask. And the county will have no problem agreeing to do that, which they've already done. It seems like a lot of pushback from council members Freeman and Sabathia have to do with this lead agency reference. And Ariel, who's my friend, in addition to someone I work with a lot, made the comment, jump in here, Ariel, if I'm wrong, but she said that county council and our city attorney, that's something that they can talk about. Council member Freeman went so far as to say this MOU violates state law. Nothing could be further from the truth. That's exactly wrong. That's an erroneous statement. Ariel cited government code section 15051B. If the project was to be carried out by a non-governmental agency, non-governmental person or entity, like a developer, the lead agency shall be the public agency with the greatest responsibility for supervising or approving the project as a whole. Well, who would that be? The greatest responsibility? Would it be the county, ultimately, since it's their jurisdiction? Would it be San Juan Bautista, since it's going to be impacting the city a lot? I don't know, but that's something that could take place in that conversation that the chair mentioned that needs to get started now so that we can have an agreement in place, as the LAFCO director mentioned. And then it goes on. The lead agency will normally be the agency with general governmental powers, such as a city or a county, rather than a air pollution control district or or something providing public services. But if it's a city or a county, they're a likely candidate to be the lead agency. We're a city, number 2 is pre-zoning, that's LAFCO. Where more than one public agency equally meet the criteria, the agency which will act first on the project in question will normally be the lead agency. Well, the way this MOU is set up, City of San Juan would be acting first, and that it would be considering the application and forwarding on our recommendation to the county. So we'd be acting first, so we'd be the lead agency. Where the provisions of A, B, and C leave 2 or more public agencies with a substantial claim to be the lead agency. County says we want to be, city says no, we should be. The public agencies made by agreement, like an MOU, designate an agency as the lead agency. So if county and city, they can designate in an MOU. An agreement may also provide for cooperative efforts by 2 or more agencies by contract, like an MOU, a joint exercise of powers, or similar device. So quite the opposite of being in conflict with California law, government code section 15051B, I'd submit that this is exactly what that section calls for. As to the specifics and implementation and all of those things, as Ariel said, that is a great conversation for the city attorney and county council to have, and we'll figure it out. And it may very well turn out that just striking the lead agency reference is the easiest thing to do, because all we really want to do is know about these applications and an opportunity to provide comment to the county that they will take to heart in a meaningful way. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And once again, this is a first iteration. It will go back and forth until we would have a final document if we did approve it. Can I go to public comment really quick? Does anybody on Zoom or in chambers have comment on this? As this is a workshop. Let's work. Thank you very much. Final comments from Councilmember Morris Lopez. Councilmember Sabathia. From the UGB SOI Commission.
Yes, thank you for your attention and support. And I just want to remind everybody that our general plan for the city and the county is the law. And we are the people that govern that. And so, and the law is always open to speak to other people who govern as well. So thank you for your time and consideration. And I would also like to ask the council to give us a further direction where we need to go from here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also just wanted to thank you guys for taking the time with us. I really appreciate the opportunity and, I have, as EJ, mentioned, I've met with both he and John. And the committee wanted to get that feedback more directly, which, so it's not that they haven't heard it before, but they really wanted to make sure that you had they wanted to be sure you were heard and that they understood, not just my interpretation. So thank you both guys. And, I guess I'll stick around for the conversation later. Thank you.
Dan, any further comments?
No further comments other than to say, to extend our appreciation to the council and staff for putting this workshop together.
Thank you. Ariel, anything final?
I just want to say again, thank you for having the county here today, and I really look forward to continuing to work together. And I appreciate all of you for everything you've done so far, and just your value to this community that you bring. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And we appreciate that you guys are so vested in this. City manager, anything final? Thank you. Attorney Giffen, anything?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. EO, anything? No, good. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead. Say thank you. Jack says thank you.
Thank you for the community members in the county for being here, staff, my fellow council members, and committee members. Thank you. Everyone put in the hard work, and hopefully we can get something moved forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. I would love to close. At this time, I would like to close the joint meeting at 6:04 p.m. Thank you. Back in 5. Thank you. Thank you all. Welcome back. If I may, we have an agenda item. This is an ask of the council. We have an agenda item 9A, discussing the memorandum of understanding between the city and San Benito County regarding the development in the planning area outside the city limits. And if it's okay with the council, I would like to move this forward since it's a hot topic that we just discussed. So it's all fresh in our minds. So if it's okay if I can poll the council to move 9A to now. And I apologize to everybody out there who will get pushed back for just a moment.
A moment.
So- Councilmember Freeman, okay with this?
I'm fine with that.
Thank
yes.
you. Councilmember Morsello, thanks.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia.
I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but I would love to talk about something else for a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to 9A. Okay, so I apologize. I just said that. And with that, city attorney. I'm sorry. City manager. This is like my first meeting, whatever. Correct. We are doing the MOU first. So city manager, this is all you.
So for those that are just joining our regular meeting scheduled at 6 p.m., we had a joint meeting of the Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence Committee and the City Council to discuss the MOU that was first introduced to the City Council at its June City Council meeting, where at that meeting a vote was taken and a second a motion was made and no second was received to either approve or deny the MOU. So the committee wanted to meet with the council, and that meeting has occurred, and there was a lot of discussion and feedback about the MOU being the first step forward in draft form in a conversation between the city and county and stakeholders that be at coming up with a formal agreement in the form of this MOU as a placeholder to protect the city's boundaries. And that comes on the recommendation of LAFCO, Executive Director, who restated that during our meeting. And so here we are to discuss and take action on that consideration of the MOU before you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Freeman. Questions, comments, concerns on this?
Yes. Sometimes things are proxies, stand in for another thing. My definition of the word proxy. So a while back, this council voted to make the city limits and the sphere of influence the same. People who know me, and I've been in planning for a long time, AMBAG 8 years, president 2 years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And everyone I've talked to says that that's not a good philosophical or workable idea or course of action. And so, but I have never wanted to see San Juan grow like Soledad, where it just kind of sprawls out and it's now a city of 20,000. It was 10 a while back. I don't want to see houses going to Anzar High. I don't want to see houses going to 101. I don't want to see houses going out to Hollister. But we take an oath that we consider everything. And one of the things we have to consider is also finances. Later in this meeting, we're going to be coming up against an issue that is probably even more important than planning, and that's fire protection. And guess what the issue revolves around? Money. Okay? Money. We don't have enough, Hollister doesn't have enough, and you can be darn sure the county doesn't have enough. But it's still critical and we still have to have it. So the way you get more money in today's world, because we can't raise taxes because of Prop 13, is you have some sort of economic development within your city limits that will get you money, mainly TOT tax, which is fed directly to the jurisdiction. It doesn't go to the state, it doesn't go to the school district, doesn't go to the mosquito abatement district, doesn't even go to AMBAC, it goes to the jurisdiction. And that's critical. You got to understand that. And that's where we can get some money to pay for the fire, which is really critical to this community. This is a very, very old 3rd Street.
And-
With wait, I'm stalking, and that might take a while.
I understand that, but
Okay.
we're talking about
I
the
know what we're
MOU
talking
right
about
now.
very well. I know exactly what we're talking about. Okay. So we need more money for the fire department. This will be discussed later in the meeting. We need to have the ability to gain a few extra parcels of property to get commercial development close to our town that doesn't make it sprawl out, but earns us some money. So it's a proxy. And so I'm not against talking. Everyone who knows me, I like to talk a lot. I'm talking a lot right now. Probably boring some of you, Dan. But we need to consider everything. So I'm not in favor of the MOU at this present time. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I want to remind council members that the action item that we're discussing right now is just about the MOU between the city and the county regarding coordinated development review for proposed projects within the city's proposed planning area, which is that area outside the sphere of influence and the political boundary. We are not talking about the SOI or the UGB. We are talking about the MOU. Love all the acronyms. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Freeman. I now have a better understanding of your reasoning for objecting initially to this MOU and actually at the workshop, your reasons for your rejection of this document really don't match what you just said, but I understand you clearly now. What I have to say as a committee member and as a council member here tonight, that I feel this is a starting point to have the conversation with the county entity. I think it's a good document. It has safety measures that address that we will have sovereignty as the county and the city not to impede or break any state laws, i.e. in terms of construction, code, zone, all that's here in the MOU. This is a great document as a starting point to have those discussions. Thank you. And I approve of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
It ain't that. I again repeating myself in public. I think that the MOU in my mind shouldn't go beyond, you know, our intent to the county and definitions of tiers. We shouldn't go into the mechanisms of who, what, and how vote on things or whatever. It should just be a clear and concise communication of our intent. And so while I agree that we need a starting point, I don't think this is a good starting point.
We have to have a document to send to the county. And they will take that document and do with what they will, and then they'll give it back to us. But without having a first draft, a first iteration, a first go at something, where do we start then? Who starts the conversation if we don't start the conversation? County's on board with the conversation. County's totally on board with it. They've said that to us not once, but twice. That they're on board with having a conversation with us, and to memorialize that conversation, we put it in writing. So we need we need to send the first conversation out. Without having the first conversation, we have no conversation. Deaf ears, I'm guessing. Go ahead.
I am listening, I hear.
Uh-huh.
My approval for a conversation, I cannot in good faith agree to send something that I don't agree with the points. I think, like I said, it should be clear and concise. The bones of it are there. I think we should be sending something that doesn't include the rest of that. It's more around the definition of the tiers and communicating our intents without muddying with the rest of it. And so I agree. I have never disagreed with the fact that we should send something, that we should have something. I've said that, and I just have some sticking points, and my sticking points are being misconstrued for stubbornness or
Not on my part. I apologize.
it has been
Go on.
happening. And
Go on.
so I've stated over and over again what those sticking points are, where I think we should start with that conversation. And
So if we change, sorry, if we change 5,
I mean, it's not just 5, within all of the points in the documents, instead of really clearly and concisely saying what what our intents are for the different tiers, most of the language is about who approves and how it gets approved instead of saying what it is.
what
The tiers.
what the tiers are? So you want language with the tiers?
Conversation being had in the crowd.
Can we what?
It's distracting me.
Sorry, if we can hold our conversations in chambers until the council finishes deliberating. My apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a lot of language about in the developments of the tiers. Like most of the conversation in here is talking about, the city council will be the lead agency, the city will vote, it will go to the planning commission and all of that. If it was just, the language around defining the tier and not stating we're the lead agency and who's voting, that to me is the correct starting point of the conversation.
So we need to add in the definition of what these tiers are.
To me, it's removing the rest of it so that the definitions stand out more clearly.
Okay.
I would like to have city council, excuse me, thank you, Mayor Jordan. If John Griffin, our city attorney, could address this document, because I know this has been sent back to you several times. That includes manpower hours, paid attorney time, your fees, and we've sent this back to you. What is this, number 3?
At least 3. I've been acting on the direction of either the committee or the council, and I'm happy to continue to look at it. I haven't been asked to evaluate the legality of lead agency. I'm also happy to just go directly to the county if that's needed. But the agreement is what I was really directed to put together, and that's the product that we have in front of us. I'm happy to take any action that the council directs.
I have a final question. And wasn't this product that I'm holding now that we have access to and the public does, that was based on feedback from the council at the last meeting, correct?
I don't think the last meeting,
Maybe 2 meetings ago.
primary feedback that I've been getting and working with is from the committee.
From
And all the members on the
from
committee.
concerns of the city council, I believe.
You serve as a committee member and you've given
Right.
feedback.
But I
and that's a
feel that
council member, so.
it was led by concerns by city council too. There was some weighing in of that, so we kept throwing it back to you. So I think what I read at the previous meeting, if public wasn't here, it's recorded. We had a workshop, and I think in the document that I'm holding, you included in there, I believe, barely addresses concerns that Councilmember Sabathia and Councilmember Freeman have about breaking laws and setting up policies, which the county planner did state that we needed a process and policies. That's well addressed in this, so I don't understand why we have to keep kicking this can down the road. We owe it to our constituents in the city to come up with a product, and we have it here. It's a starting point. I agree with Mayor Jordan that unless we have something, we don't have a conversation, and this goes back, we'll kick it down the road. I understand that Councilmember Freeman brought in some other issues that had nothing to do with his previous commentary at the workshop meeting. But it was revealing, thank you. But I think we have to focus on this product and what we're gonna do with it. Are we gonna kick this down for another 2 months? We need to come up with a decision. And I believe that you've addressed those concerns here. And if Councilmember Sabathia has a better idea, maybe you could produce that, because I think this is very clear. It's very concise, it's very clear.
Can I ask if, Jennifer, if you have read this document? Can you, sorry, step to the podium?
I have.
And you're,
I am not legal counsel.
Nope.
So I cannot give legal advice.
understood.
I would say that, the idea that there needs to be some kind of land use standards in place that are generally agreed upon would probably be a good idea to incorporate, and I think that that was a point that Ariel was making as well. I do also think that this MOU provides kind of a stopgap measure between now and when the county has completed its agricultural update and its general plan, because within that you can incorporate policies and standards for agricultural protection, which would affect the areas that are surrounding the city. So I don't know that this MOU is the end all be all for defining everything moving forward. I think that it's needs to be in place to have some kind of process once the city's sphere of influence is reduced to the point at which the city and county have standards in place in both of their general plans for future land use and proposed developments. So that's my perspective on it. So I do think the one thing that is missing is some kind of land use standard. And that both agencies need to have agreement on what those standards are.
Thank you for that. Thank you. If I can go to public comment and then bring it back to the council. Do we have anybody in chambers that would like to converse? Come on up, come on down.
Button is stuck. Now we got sound. Okay, sorry. So
State your name for the record, please.
Chris Martirana, thank you. I've had a little time to digest some of what we talked about earlier, and I had a couple of thoughts. It occurs to me that maybe we shouldn't be looking for an approval at this stage. Councilmember Sabathia said that his expectation of the committee was to go out, collect information, do research, and then bring that back. And I know as the chair of the committee, I have felt hobbled in that by direction from the mayor that we not go outside the committee to collect information, to have meetings with county staff, county planning, really anybody outside of this group right here. And I think there is a great deal of value in us having some of those conversations so that we can better provide a workable document. To John's point, Councilmember Freeman, excuse me, you know, we are not able to direct the city attorney. Both of you expressed legal questions, legal concerns, and the suggestion that there be a conversation with the county council. And I would ask that the city council direct Attorney Giffen, pardon me. That never happens, I'm sure, right? Never. Nobody pronounces my name correctly, by the way. I don't know, did you notice that? Anyway, I would I would appreciate it if you gave, or would direct the city attorney to address, to look into research and then bring back some feedback for us to then move this forward. So I frankly got a lot out of the meeting, the workshop earlier. I have a lot of notes, and see fairly clear direction for us to proceed with or without an approval, frankly, as long as you have no strong objection to us reaching out to some of the other agencies and groups, LAFCO, for instance, and have conversations about how best to do this, best practices, legalities, and so forth. That's really all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And to have further conversations with LAFCO has to approve the time for the executive officer to make that happen. So I'm sure those conversations will occur. Do we have any other comment in, and I appreciate your comments, Chris. Any other comments in chambers? Thank you. And on Zoom? Thank you. Bringing it back to the council, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, and thank you, Chris. I would love to entertain and suggest that this council direct City Attorney Griffin to converse with the county council, whoever that is, that they're in flux right now. And also possibly planning directors, talk to Ariel and Abraham, the head planner. We need to have these conversations at the staff and county council level to get this member. I'm still standing by my previous statement. I don't know when it was, an hour ago, half hour ago. It's not quite ready for prime time.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. No further comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
I am in support of, I would love for, just as you're here now, and not just as me sitting in on your board making comments when Mayor Pro Tem can't show up at LAFCO. I would love for your, you've had the opportunity to read and review this, direction on yes, invite, LAFCO representation to a meeting, and maybe one of the, I don't know when or how the committee meetings are called, but one of the formal meetings, and have that extended workshop and conversation about crafting this document there. Continue the work, move it forward. Absolutely. Be in support of Attorney Giffen. Speaking with whoever at the county in terms of like, hey, what would what are your thoughts on this? How might we formulate arguments here? Thank you for the side conversations and comments. Really appreciate it. Super polite and professional. But we should be having those conversations in order to get things ready and get things moving forward and get it all buttoned up.
Thank you. Appreciate this whole entire conversation. So I'm not sure who's going to make a stab at a motion. I suppose I could. A motion to go ahead. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to write while you were doing that.
I move that we direct the committee to invite the appropriate county entities, LAFCO, council, whoever, to a committee meeting to the point of beginning the conversation and drafting of our MOU properly, and that we allow our attorney to have conversations with the appropriate counterparts at county, to prepare, and better, draft this MOU for eventual approval.
Point of order, Mayor. The resolution is not what he is addressing, is on our agenda.
So thank you for that. Thank you for that. The motion is to approve original motion is to approve a resolution approving an MOU between the city and the county regarding coordinated development review for proposed projects within the city's proposed planning area, which is that area outside the sphere of influence and city political boundaries. So the amended stuff, I'm going with emotion right now. I can't even get motion out. So the substitute motion would be to have a second go at this before we send it to the county. Sort of. So a substitute motion has been. Can we get you some water? Are you okay? Okay. A substitute motion. When did I know my watch? A substitute motion to direct the committee, county and city entities, county and city council to get together and have a go at it, a second iteration at an official, at an official SOI UGB meeting. Thank you. Did you get any of that? Okay.
I'm asking for it to be formally read as you just stated it
Okay,
in live time, please.
I can try to help if you'd like.
go ahead. Thank you.
The motion would be to direct the committee to invite appropriate county representatives to a committee meeting. I think that's what you said. And to allow city staff to converse with county staff and to allow the city attorney to have appropriate conversations with county council.
To bring back a second iteration of this.
Does that do it?
Mhm.
Councilmember Sabathia?
I think so. Okay, do I have? That's your you made the substitute motion. Can I have a second?
I will second it.
Thank you. Can I please have a roll call?
Calling the question for the substitute motion, Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
No.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate this conversation. Jennifer, thanks for hanging out with us for a while. Totally appreciate your input. And thank you to all in chambers for letting us move that up. We're good. Thank you. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled agenda. Introduce code enforcement and community services officer Oscar Soto. Or is Roy or city manager? Okay,
Really get going.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, council. I'd like to introduce our new code enforcement officer and CSO. Oscar Soto comes to us from the city of Santa Cruz and lives about 15 minutes away, but I'll let him continue with his introduction.
Hi, welcome to our little community.
Good evening, council, Pro Tem Mayor Jordan. Yeah, no, I want to first off start and thank the city of Juan Bautista for the opportunity to come over. As Roy stated, I'm 15 minutes away versus going to Santa Cruz with 45 to an hour in and an hour to hour and a half out. But that wasn't the only draw coming over here. I bring my skill set in code enforcement with 6 years experience from Santa Cruz and 30 years experience in the construction trades, and a couple years of law enforcement, and some time in the Army as well. So, I'm able to wear many hats, especially dealing with the community, which is what I've been doing for a long time as well. So I hope to improve the face of the city of San Juan Bautista with my skill set and my knowledge of the code enforcement world, as well as what that may require as far as communication, with this council, with the city manager, with my supervisor Roy, and had the opportunity to meet with the sheriff's office today. They've been very welcoming and extended a big hand, and they'll be part of the team as well. So once again, thank you. And I look forward to a long time and helping out and being part of this community. It's been an interesting 3 weeks being here to learn the ins and outs of how this place functions. I didn't have as much insight at Santa Cruz because we were a little bit detached, but being that we're a smaller world here, I see, it's pretty important to know as well. That way, I know how to comport myself out in the public as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome again. Councilman Freeman, anything?
Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming, and let's have a great time doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. Do you have any quick observations in your short 3 weeks that you might want to share with us?
Mind you, Councilwoman Morris Lopez, this is a public venue, so they're gonna know right away. But to put it lightly, there are some how should I say it, properties of concern in the city that I think we can address to bring to a level of compliance to where we can make this a more attractive venue, being that we have the lovely Mission across the street here. And this place is gorgeous. It's one of my favorites in the state. So to answer your question, yes, there are some areas of concern that need to be addressed. I'll leave it at that.
Sounds like you're going to be proactive. You're not going to wait for complaint papers to come across your desk.
Yeah, I want to approach a proactive approach in this. In Santa Cruz, we were reactive just because of resources and the size of the city, but in the fact that I'll have the ability to do that, and I've kind of been given the okay to do that. So that's my intent. So just be patient with me, and especially if you hear, otherwise from the citizenry of this place. I'm just doing my job and doing what you asked of me. That's all.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Welcome. One of the first things I noticed moving into our community is the kind of fractured relationship between, City Hall and the citizens. And a big part of that was perceived or otherwise, coming from the left or the right, the relationship that code enforcement had with different pockets of the community. And so I'm excited that there's that you're here, and excited to hear you talking about being proactive, and excited about you hearing you say things like, I've got a beautiful venue here and we want to continue that beauty, from corner to corner within the community. Welcome, and don't let Roy run you off.
I'll make sure he doesn't. Yeah, and since you mentioned the scenery here, I mean, Santa Cruz was a big tourist town as well, but this place has a big draw as well with this, all the history involved with this place. So, with this past weekend with the venue that we had, it's exciting to see that happens continuously. So I'm looking forward to being part of that as well and helping out. Well, thank you.
Thanks for your beautiful words about our city. Appreciate it. Looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks again. Have a good evening.
Proclamation to honor the retirement of Code Enforcement Officer Richard Rich Brown. Councilmember Freeman, if you will. And he is not here, huh?
As many of you know, Rich Brown's been hanging around, I'm gonna use that word generally, hanging around San Juan Bautista for the last 25 years or more. And he's retired, he retired as of last week. And so this is a commemoration for his unwavering dedication and combined 41 years of service to the residents he served. Congratulations. Military service is 13 years, San Benito County Sheriff's Office, 23 years, and City of San Juan Bautista Code Enforcement for 5 years. Thank you. Thank you for your service. You will be missed. We'll give this to him later.
Thank you. Thank you. Presentation from San Benito Agricultural Land Trust, conserving agricultural land and open space in San Benito County. Hi, welcome.
Hi.
Nice to see you in chambers.
I'm glad to be here, and I'm gonna ask Elizabeth to spin one of those around so I can see the presentation that I'm giving again. But it's an honor to be here, be able to talk about the organization with you guys. We've appreciated all of the support that you've given us through the years. And we're getting it lined up. There we go. Ready to rock and roll. So go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about the organization, the importance of agriculture locally and statewide, our programs, how we intersect with cities and the county, benefits of agriculture, benefits of our work for agriculture in our communities, and then some of our current activities that are happening right now. So our mission is to conserve regionally significant lands that sustain the productive agriculture, preserve open space, and maintain the rural character of the county. Wait, go ahead, sorry. You can't hear me thinking. So we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We permanently protect farmland, agriculture, rangeland, open space for the benefit of all. We received national accreditation a couple of years ago in February 2022, which was a big deal and took 4 years in the process of getting to that. And we protect over 7,300 acres in San Benito County, and we dribble over the boundary some. Next slide. So that's who we are, the importance of agriculture locally and statewide. Next slide. You guys are familiar with a lot of these statistics, but in case you're not, I have to read this. It's too much for me to remember. We produce more than 1/3 of the country's vegetables. We produce nearly 3/4 of the country's fruits and nuts. 20% of U.S. agriculture production is exported. Economic multipliers, in other words, all those other companies that are supported through the production of food, is for every $1 million of food production, we're generating $2.6 million in other economic benefits. San Benito County's $350 million crop value as of the 2022 is our #1 job producer when you consider all of the additional benefits that come from it. There's multiple public environmental benefits. The agriculture and food processing leads to local employment. Maintaining ecosystems and open space. Many people think, well, we should be preserving all that open land too. Well, all that 99% of it, I guess, would be is also working lands. Those are our rangelands. Those are our ranches producing beef, and they provide tremendous habitat for wildlife and our ecosystem services. The farmlands and the rangelands help recharge our water aquifers and provide good quality water. And we also are helping with climate change mitigation and resilience by protecting our agricultural properties. Over 1.6 million acres of ag land in California were converted to non-agricultural land uses from 1984 to 2018, a rate of nearly 50,000 acres annually, or nearly 1 square mile every 5 days. So that's a lot of land. And I have that little scale there too, because I want to emphasize that we also value our houses that we like to live in, our commercial businesses that help generate the taxes to support us. So it's very important to find that balance. I also remind people that I sat on the comprehensive economic development strategy effort as a land use, you were there too. And there is so much appreciation for the agricultural industry, but then when we'd be talking about a different subject, they'd say, yeah, one of the benefits that we have here is we have lots of available land to grow out into. It's like, well, time out, that is productive land, that is part of our economics. So we have to remember that what we see as open space is also our economy. Okay, next slide. I was gonna say, I'll get off my soapbox, but I'm not gonna get, I'm not getting off my soapbox. So in the county, agriculture is county's #1 industry, generating 4,170 jobs. So all these quotes, statistics are referenced in the slideshow, which you have in your packet, from my understanding. Population grew by 17.8% in that last decade, and that's the second largest in the state. There is enormous pressure to convert farmland to housing and commercial infrastructure to address the local and the Bay Area needs. Next question. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our work and our programs. Next. We have conservation easements. And does everyone feel confident that, let me just say what that is. So it is when we purchase a development rights on the land, and that is recorded with the county and goes with the land in perpetuity. We acquire land like Nyland. Rancho Larios was gifted to us. Mitigation for development. We get involved in land use policy we don't advocate, but we do help discuss, like with the the general plan update with Hollister, working with them to explore what will work best. And then we also have some public access with our ranch days once a month here. So the conservation easements are willing landowners who choose to sell or donate their development rights to the land trust. The development value in our area is about 10 to 20% of the property value. So for this farmland around us in this area, if a piece of property was worth $1 million, then they would sell that conservation easement for $100,000 to $200,000. That would be the value. Rangeland, such as the Nyland property, is more like 50% of the value. And easement is then recorded at the county, and the easement remains with the property when it's sold, just like a PG&E or access. Okay, next. The properties that we've acquired are Rancho Larios. There's 520 acres of open space surrounding the homes there that we own. And also the Nyland property, which was purchased by the Trust for Public Land and other nonprofit organizations donated to us. And there is a conservation easement held on that land by the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. The commuter is still here, but yes, I know that tribe too. And we have the cultural easement on that property held by the Amamutsan Land Trust. So it's a really exciting partnership. And there are more properties in the pipeline. There's also something I was going to mention about Nyland, but and then the nice thing, I don't know if you guys are aware, but we have the Nyland property, then the Rancho Larios, which abuts it. So there's over 1,000 acres there. That abuts the Rocks Ranch, which is over 2,600 acres owned by the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. So lots of open space, still working lands, all in grazing operations. Okay, and then these lands give SBOP. The other value of owning some property is that we then have firsthand experience as landowners, and when we speak and work with landowners, we have a seat at the table. We understand what they're dealing with, some of the challenges of having a lease or etc. Okay, next slide. I have never worked with mitigations and land trusts in the past. All the land trusts I've worked with have not been involved in this, But in this county, we're frequently asked to help out with this, so we are trying to get up to speed and provide that service. So when a property, when agricultural land is converted to subdivision or some kind of other more intensive use, and the county or city requests that that developer protect an equal amount of property, do that one-to-one mitigation, we step up and take that position. We take that role in that we take the funds and help find that money, that land to protect. One of the things we want to keep in mind, and we have the EIR being discussed earlier today for the city of Hollister's general plan update. That one-to-one mitigation, they were going to do 2-to-1 and drop back down to 1-to-1 mitigation. Even it sounds like for every acre that gets impacted, we're going to replace it by protecting an acre. But when you protect 1 out of those 2 acres, you've lost half your acreage. And so just want to remind people that 1-to-1 mitigation means that you're saying goodbye to 50% of your agricultural land. 2-to-1 would mean 30%. So there's things to consider as you guys work on your planning in the future. We also are stepping up and helping with some endangered species mitigation. So California tiger salamanders and red-legged frogs. Okay, next slide. And we're helping with land use policy, some just through discussions and brainstorming with the cities and the county. Okay, next slide. And we have, like I said, the ranch days. We had the Martin Luther King Day of Service out on the property, and we like doing a post-Thanksgiving hike we've been holding on Saturday mornings after Thanksgiving. We usually get about 40 people having a good time just working off that big meal. Next slide. So how do we, dogs and dogs, and a service going by, interact with the cities and the county? Next slide. This goes into more detail. Part of what has been used to determine whether to do mitigation or not is whether it is prime agricultural soils that are being converted. So, and then trying to protect that equal amount, the 1-to-1 mitigation that we talked about. The challenge, I'm going to go back one still. The challenge is that this map, this is the State Department of Conservation's farmland mitigation and mapping and monitoring program. And it is used as the map for, I don't know if you guys use it, but for the city of Hollister and the county, this has been the map that they've been using for determining whether land needs to be developed or needs to be mitigated for or not. The problem is that this map, this is actually designed to allow the state to track the loss of agricultural land when it goes out of production. And so if there is no irrigation on a piece of property for 4 years prior to an update in mapping, then it gets converted to grazing land. And when you look at this map, it's hard to see in the San Juan Valley, but in the northern end of the county, you can see these areas that are just the flesh colored, which is grazing land. And you know that that's still prime soil. That's just simply saying that that land was taken out of production, and they want to know how much land are we losing that way. The problem is that if someone's doing a development, they can get out of the requirement to mitigate simply by not irrigating for 4 years, gets converted to grazing land, and then they no longer have to mitigate. So some of the changes that are being proposed for the Hollister city is to kind of be able to override that and say, well, it also, if it shows as prime soil in the USDA soils maps, or they even have in Yolo County, they have a 3-to-1 mitigation requirement, and they have in their description the ability for the Board of Supervisors to make a reasonable choice, a decision that's reasonable to say, no, we want this mitigated. Okay, next slide. I'm going to move a little faster through this so that you guys can get back onto your meeting, but this kind of relates to CEQA. There's various levels of reducing impact, avoiding impact, minimizing it, or mitigating for unavoidable impacts. And the next 3 slides go into more detail on that, but go ahead. So avoiding impacts, just trying to find another location for that development project, so you're not impacting agricultural land. And that's supported in the new comprehensive economic development strategy. I captured that. Minimizing the impacts in various ways, green belts, etc. And then mitigate, the next slide is to mitigate the impact if you can't avoid it. So trying to at least protect, some land somewhere. Okay, next slide. So what benefits does this work have for agriculture and the community? Next slide. For the conservation landowner, for the agricultural landowner, they are able to potentially expand their agricultural operations or their equipment with an influx of cash from selling their development rights. They can reduce the cost of buying land potentially. We've had new farmers trying to get land, and our county is a little less expensive than the surrounding ones. So sometimes they'll come here and it'll still be a little bit out of reach, but if they can sell a conservation easement on that land, they can afford the underlying fee property. They can buy out partners. They can leave a legacy for a family. We have many people who just can't envision ever seeing their ranch like the Island getting subdivided and having houses on it. So like, before I die, we're putting an easement on this. And then protecting it for habitat, plants, wildlife. Next. And then the benefits for, I'm gonna have to modify my stuff because I get the Zoom stuff gets over. But benefits to the community, it supports our agricultural community, it supports our farmers and ranchers, it helps to support the next generation. And this one statistic I read recently was that the average age of farmers is 60 years old. So we definitely need new people, young people coming into agriculture. It provides us with access to fresh and healthy food. We are so lucky. And the continuation of that rural heritage that I heard John mention earlier tonight. Open space, which provides people the health, the aesthetics, the ability to go out and recreate in that landscape. It's the protection of the indigenous cultural heritage. And we're really grateful for that movement happening right now. And then revenue through agricultural based tourism. Okay, next. So just briefly, a couple of things that we have going right now. Next slide. What we will have another ranch day. Sorry, I didn't get that one updated. But we're working on this barn. The next ranch day, we don't know what's going to be happening, but it will be in August. I think it's the 4th. Yeah, so we're stabilizing the barn on Nyland. We and John Nyland were all convinced that there is no way to stabilize it, but we have a passionate construction ranch guy, and he's in there doing it for about 70,000, and we're down to needing another $5,000-6,000 donated. So let everybody know we're almost there. Next slide. We are sub-grantees for a wildfire resilience program project in the county. And so right now we're working on the community wildfire protection plan update. You have to have your projects in this CWPP in order to go for CAL FIRE funding. Ideally, you really need it. And ours is currently like 14 years old. It was done in 2010. So we're working on it, including a community meeting tomorrow night at St. Francis. Food is going to be provided. I think they've got a contract with Lola's to provide the food. And so come for that if nothing else. And this is a state funded grant, but we're going to break out into a few small groups and get people to share their ideas and their knowledge. And I was looking at the list of people who have signed up so far. We got about 60. And a lot of people who are already very engaged and really know what they're talking about. So it's going to be a good meeting. So please come, share the word. And there'll be 2 more later in August. I think it's like the 14th and 15th, or right about there. One will be in the Tres Pinos, Piscinas area, and one will be at Jefferson School, way down in South County. Okay, next slide. And on August 24th, we're now full for the foster ranch farm tour, but the Foster Ranch is one of our conservation easements, and Phil Foster and Catherine are loved by the county, by the community. He gives a great tour, and then afterwards we have a reception at their home, and Catherine and her school friends teacher friends have all provided all this wonderful, delicious food from what they grow there. So we are filled for the farm tour, but if any of you want to attend the reception, there's still room there. Next slide. Yep, there's our mission again. So I have some business cards and I have a few of our rack cards, and I'm available for questions if you want to ask any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you for the presentation. I've always enjoyed working with your land trust, and as you know, I'm a member, Darlene and I are members, and I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah, great.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I saw you at the planning commission meeting, and I'm happy to hear you again, and I applaud you for all the work you're doing. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Spathia?
Still trying to find time. Life is coming at me fast, but to get out to one of the ranch days,
Wonderful.
every time I drive by, I'm like,
Yeah.
but
We hear ya.
it's,
I-
I've had the opportunity to hear you speak at certain events over the time, and I've my first opportunity to get to provide thanks, but like the way you have always several times talked about, balancing the scale and, that centrist view, we don't hear enough of that in any aspect of our lives nowadays, but, recognizing that, hey, there's valid points on all sides of this. And
Yes.
while I'm pushing this side and really just about, trying to keep the balance and find that balance, it's refreshing to hear, especially from somebody who's in one of the newer homes.
Yep.
May not be for everyone, but I love my house and I love being part of this community. Just thank you again.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's nice to be able to enjoy that beautiful view that we get when we come home into San Juan.
Yeah.
And it's going to remain like that. And that's huge for our community. Thank you.
Yeah, and we welcome any input, ideas of how to get people on the land more, etc. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any comments from chambers? How about from Zoom?
No hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you so much again. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
I don't hear it very well, does the dog. Fortunately, slept Yes, I get very close. So please spread the word. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Public hearing, Valley Vista Landscape and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District #1 for fiscal year 24-25. This is a continuation from the June 18th, 2024 meeting. Our engineer, Jerry Sanguinetti, I believe, is on. Thank you very much. Welcome, Jerry.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, Jerry Sanguinetti, M&S Engineers. And we're here to discuss, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, the Valley Vista Landscaping Lighting District concerns. As this body may recall, at the June 18th City Council meeting, the Valley Vista community voiced concerns regarding the levy increase in fees for landscape maintenance for fiscal year 24-25. At the conclusion of that meeting, this body subsequently decided to continue that item. In response, the city conducted reconnaissance work to look at alternative options to assuage the concerns of the community. A follow-up meeting was then conducted on Thursday, July 11th to provide feedback and recommendations to move things forward. At the meeting, we presented two options related to the levy fee concerns, which I will show you now. Let me just share my screen really quick. Here we go. Just bear with me. Okay. So scenario one, which was the original estimate, the parcel cost increased the original engineer's estimate by $452.78, or $1,116.28 annualized per parcel over the course of the year. Revenues would equal $40,186.08, with projected cost estimates for landscape services at $38,899.62. The net result would be a net surplus of $1,286.46 to add to the existing strategic reserves that were currently at $29,100. This was the one that caused the initial concern, but I wanted to include it just as a baseline. So as I mentioned previously, in discussions with the community and with Dawn Reynolds, our city manager, we decided to go forward for the meeting with an option 2. That option revised the estimate, as you can see here. Oops, I stole my own thunder. The revised estimate reduced the original parcel increase from 452.78 to 226.39, a 50% decrease, or 34%, for a revised annualized parcel increase of $889.89. The revenues would equal $32,036.04, with projected cost estimates for landscape services again at $38,899.62, which created a net deficit of $6,863.58 that would need to be pulled from existing strategic reserve funds to offset the budget shortfall. This was of concern to the community. There was a very robust conversation between 18 community members that showed up to the meeting. We went back and forth for quite some time. And the result of that was a request to go back one more time and see if we couldn't find some way to save the strategic reserves, but then cover our costs. So with those marching orders, we went back to the drawing board and came up with the third scenario, which is this third estimate right there. Based on the community input from the July 11th community meeting, estimate reducing original parcel increase from $452.78 to $417 for a revised annualized parcel increase of $1,080.50. Revenues would equal $38,898, with projected cost estimates for landscape services again at $38,889.62, for a net deficit of $1.62 that would need to be pulled from existing strategic reserve funds to offset the budget shortfall. We believe that based off the concerns that the community raised and their request for a balanced solution, that scenario 3 would be the most appropriate choice based on the feedback that we received. So we're presenting that to you and to the committee. To the board today for their input and recommendation. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Freeman?
Oh, thank you, Jerry, for the great report. I really don't have any questions. The 3 scenarios are clear to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Thank you, Jerry. Not being at the meeting in attendance, can you list like maybe top 2 or top 3 concerns they had?
Absolutely. And thank you for the question. So the first concern obviously was the dollar amount and the costs associated, which we've just gone through. In addition to that, and it kind of dovetailed with it, was the quality of service that they were getting from Smith and Enright to work on the landscape and the maintenance. On a secondary note, I've been working directly with excuse me, with Selena, who is basically the head of the company directly. So she and I are working on solutions that address the needs of the community as far as on the landscape side. And if you'll humor me for a moment, these were the community concerns that existed: the health of the existing trees, the need for an arborist assessment, the dying grass, replacement of dead plants, shrubs, and foliage, and sidewalk repair replacement responsibility. As I stayed here, I met with Selena Heron. She's the general manager of Smith & Enright, conveyed the service level concerns. Ms. Heron acknowledged those concerns and is currently working with staff on mitigation measures. she provided me with an existing plan that we put together. And although it's not fully documented here, you can see that the issues that were addressed we're still it's still in its infancy. We're working through it, but there are a couple of things that have already been accomplished. For example, the trees in the park strip, proposal to remove dead and hanging branches for all 72 trees in the district, because those are 72 mature trees that exist in that district. They provided me a proposal to do that work, and I'm reviewing that as we speak. And then again, the corner of Wani, there's a piece of dead foliage that wasn't getting watered. They removed it and replaced it before it died again. They've addressed the issue with the water service now for the irrigation, but we still need to decide on what we're going to replant there. So we're working on that as well. And then what I've instituted in working with my folks at DPW, we talked about, rather than just let folks go out and Smith and Enright do their thing and then field complaints, more of a proactive approach, we're going to do a monthly site walks to review and address checklist items that we've created related to the Valley Vista, Valley Vista with DPW representation. So I just want to preface this for anyone who might not live in Valley Vista. We're going to be doing this for all 3 of the Melrose districts. So this includes Rancho Vista, Valley Vista, and Copperleaf. But as far as the first initiation was with Valley Vista based on the complaints that we received. So I'm sorry, I hope that answers your question. That may be a little overkill.
No, that's fine. No, I just wanted to know what their issues or complaints were. So looking at that photograph, and I know this is, what's happened years ago with Creek Bridge, and now we have Rancho Vista and Copperleaf. I'm just wondering, with the current times, why wasn't there drought resistant planting going on? I see strip lawn. I see extra work because you've got leaves falling from the mature trees. So is there any talk of maybe mitigating that for the future? Like just going back and saying, hey, where are times where we can't waste water? I'm just looking at that.
Yeah, no. And are you sure you weren't at the meeting? Because it did come up. Let me just harken back. So just so we're clear, Valley Vista was developed back in 2003. And although I think there were concerns about drought resistant plantings at that time, I don't think they were as front of mind as they are now. But several of the constituents that attended, and I think I mentioned there were 18 constituents that attended the community meeting. It was one of the topics that was brought up. I haven't done my notes from that meeting yet, but these were the initial concerns that were raised. So that's for future reference.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
I love that we'll be looking into checking into the work, or that the people even showed up for all the districts. One of the big concerns was the cost, not just, are these constituents getting bang for the buck and getting quality service, but just the general cost in general. The cost in general. Was there discussion around that? I have to imagine that part of the ask was to come back with cheaper landscaping, so that and it sounds like we have, sharpened the pencils around, how much we increase, but not necessarily from the other end. And just making sure that the concerns around there was lots of mention of people being retired and on fixed income, and $420 to somebody on fixed income is not so much better than 470. It's better, but
Correct. And so, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I can speak to that, Jerry. What we explained to the community is that we are locked into providing the services described in the engineer's report. And because it was written prior to our drought laws, 2010, 2015, that we're stuck to this direction to mow the lawn and provide grass. So if we could work with the community, for example, if we wanted to replant one strip at a time, we could plan those out and replant them, but it would take a vote of the community to move in that direction and get a whole comprehensive landscape plan approved, and then implement that incrementally as we can afford to.
okay, awesome. Yeah, just making sure the conversation was had, and that people were really heard about that, because it was.
Yes,
it sounds like it was, so it's great.
Thank you. It was actually an amazing conversation. Jerry alluded to it being robust. And I think that between Jerry, Don, and Selena, all of their concerns were addressed, and a lot of it surrounded drought tolerant or watering and overwatering and sprinkler heads not coming up, and Smith and Enright initially just not really paying attention. And now we have the Department of Public Works and Jerry and Smith and Enright doing monthly tours to point out what is what. Yeah, it was actually amazing, and I think they all felt heard. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
uh, the comment, the scenario 2, which they rejected, was the 200. So the final implementation is still up north of 400. So it's a slight difference, but it's not the 200. So it's still a big amount, big increase for them.
Yeah, it is. So like Jerry said, the first one was giving them a fairly sizable surplus. The second one was putting them under by $6,000 and drawing from those reserves. And they asked for a third option, which would break even, and well done, coming pretty darn close with $1, what, 67?
62.
62, yeah, so super good. I mean, Jerry really went all out and listened to what their concerns were, so totally appreciate that. Any comments from the public? I'm gonna open up the public hearing portion of this now. So do we have anybody on Zoom to talk about this?
No hands raised on Zoom, but I do have one speaker card.
Okay,
Ms. Caravank.
welcome in.
Thank you. Hello, members of the council. I'm Cara Vonk, and I do not live in Creek Ridge, just so you know. But I was around when Creek Ridge was developed, and I was, somewhat involved as a member of the community, and I think I was on the Historic Resources Board at the time. My question is, what do the landscape services include? And I'm interested in the fencing, because the fencing was a condition of the development. And it was the horse type fencing to carry through the Christopher Ranch, which was still in existence at the time. And even now, I always have trouble remembering the name of the one you live in. The fencing is still there, along that waterway there. So I'm not, who is taking care of the fencing? Because it should be part of the landscape, and I'm not sure, some of it seems to be falling apart, not being painted, and making the development look not as nice as it should. And then my other comment on the trees, those are plane trees, and it is a type of sycamore. They're used all over as street trees, especially in these beautiful European cities. They do really well. And it is a type of sycamore, which is a native California tree as well. So that they are really quite drought tolerant and beautiful street trees. But I'm primarily here to ask about the fencing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I was also interested in the fencing and went and looked into that. It's up to the individual homeowner. It's not included in the district fees. I was a little disappointed about that.
Can I still say something? So,
sure.
Shouldn't that be looked at? Because that was part of the whole design, was to have that fencing, that horse type fencing, and it was specifically identified and required to be put there. So to have individual homeowners responsible for that doesn't seem correct in my view. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And we can look into that. I'm sure.
Happy to.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments? Thank you. I'm gonna close public comment, the public hearing now. Any further comments from, Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Morris Lopez, Councilmember Sabathia? Thank you. Okay, we have two motions before us. One is to approve a resolution approving the report prepared in connection with the fiscal year 24-25 levy of assessments in connection with Valley Vista Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District, Assessment District 1. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Motion number two, approve a resolution confirming a diagram and assessment in connection with fiscal year 24-25 levy of assessments in connection with Valley Vista Landscape and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District 2. Thank you very much. District 1.
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this, Jerry. And for all those who attended the forum. Public comment. This is open to the public. You have 3 minutes to talk about anything you want to talk about that are not on the agenda. Thank you. This is like my first meeting. Thank you. Do we have speaker cards?
Yes, we have two speaker cards, Laura Tinkersley, followed by Esther Trujillo.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, council. My name is Lori Tinkersley. I am here on behalf of San Benito County's Integrated Waste Management to give some updates on our programs. We recently hosted a community cleanup on Saturday, July 6th. We were stationed at Hollister High School and we collected over 60 pounds of litter. Our next cleanup will be on September 21st in support of the statewide Coastal Cleanup Day. We will be stationed at Dunn Park in Hollister from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And as well, IWM offers a free rental program for our cleanup supplies for any residents and businesses who would like to host a cleanup of their own. So that service is always available. And as a reminder, residential fluorescents, paints, pool yard and household chemical cleaners, household batteries, used motor oil and filters, and more are accepted at our monthly household hazardous waste event at John Smith Landfill. This event occurs every third Saturday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Our next monthly event will be this Saturday, the 20th. For more information on acceptable materials, residents can visit our website at www.cosb.us/HHW. And as a reminder, please follow us on Instagram and Facebook at SBCIWM to get updates on upcoming events and programs. And I would also like to personally invite the council to our Green Business Mixer that will be happening tomorrow at the St. Francis Retreat. We'll be sharing the venue with the Land Trust as well. Our event will be at 5:30 to 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards? Oh, we do have one more.
Yes, Esther Trujillo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Esther Trujillo, 71 Franklin. On July the 27th, we are going to be meeting at the Castro House with so far 15 volunteers that
have volunteered to help clean up the yard in the back of the Castro house and to dust and clean any artifacts that are placed there at the moment. I have also volunteered to be on the 11th of August, showing how to make tortillas, which was in the past done by my mother. So we have permission to go ahead and clean up the back of the Castro house. In all the 50 years that I have been going and coming back to San Juan, I have never seen it in such a bad state. It's dirty. There's weeds all over the place. It looks really, really bad. So I have taken it upon myself to organize groups of people to come and help clean up that backyard. I would like to invite everybody or anybody that is interested in joining us on the 27th of July to help clean up, pull weeds or whatever needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other speaker cards?
No other speaker cards received.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom wishing to make a public comment on items not on the agenda?
We have one.
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Hi, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Jose Aranda at 1190 Vista. Just wanted to say, really good positive stuff from this weekend's festival. And I just wanted to share that I attended in person and did volunteer some of my time to help put that festival on. But I just wanted to say I really did have a good time out there. And I was soliciting feedback from others, and I was hearing really many great things as well. So congrats to anyone and all that were a part of that and making that happen. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No other hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. So AMBAG did not meet its treasurer's report. Yeah, you see it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the treasurer's.
treasurer's report. Who do we have as our treasurer today?
You have Wendy coming.
Hello, Wendy, welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I missed you.
No, no worries. So in your pack today, you have the finance report for the 11-month period ended May 31st, representing 92% of the fiscal year. General fund revenues are at 103% for the year to date, and the expenditures are at 99% for the year to date. And the net effect is a positive change in your general fund balance of $111,000. In your enterprise funds, we have our water funds or revenues are running at 105%. And the expenses were at 78% with a positive change for the year to date of $762,000. Sewer enterprise fund revenues are running at 114% for the year to date, and expenses are at 65%, with a net positive change in your enterprise fund balance of $787,000. Just the side notes, you'll see some big dollars going out in your warrant listing. This has almost always to do, or at this point in time, with the sewer project, which are at this time covered by our various funding sources.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you, Wendy, for the great report. No questions at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez? No, thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
Thank you, Wendy. No questions.
Thank you. I just had one question, and it's not listed on this warrant listing. We had a check for $4,000 for Rojas Communications. Just want to make sure that it was to the right person, that was rectified. it was issued to somebody else.
I remember you bringing that to my attention, and unfortunately Veronica's been on vacation, so I can't
Okay.
ask her, but I'll make a note
Just
to
a follow-up.
follow up with Veronica next week. When she
Thank
gets
you
back
very
in town.
much. Awesome. Questions, comments, concerns from the public? Anybody in chambers on the treasurer's report? Thank you. Yeah, come on up. Come on down.
Yeah, I just have one question. I want to know if the city is still being fined for sewer violations. I don't see it on the warrant list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick answer, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
We are still being fined for chlorides at least, and those come forward on a quarterly basis, so they're not showing up on this one, but they will be on probably the next one.
Thank you. Any from Zoom?
Seeing no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees.
Sure, thank you. AMBAG does not meet in the month of July, so I have no report there. IWM meets in September, but you heard a great report, so nothing's needed. 3CE did meet in the last month of June. It meets quarterly. And I will give you a brief, it was a long meeting and it was dense. We passed a lot of things. First of all, they met in beautiful downtown Tascadero in a city hall 4 stories high that was built in 1918. It's even older than this one. We approved appointing Selena Stotler from the IWM to the what's called the Community Advisory Council, which is a council of concerned people about energy that takes input from the various communities and gives policy and other advice to the policy board. And Selena will make a great addition to that committee, and I was proud to support her. Next up, we had a large report from the CEO, which goes over all the things we did. We passed a biomass energy program and a slice of day pricing. And slice of day means just like in PG&E, from the hours of 4 to 9, you are charged a higher per kilowatt hour rate, because that's when our solar power starts to run out and we don't have as much other fossil free power to take up that slack. And so we need to price it higher to force down the demand, or not demand, demand rate for that. And biomass energy is a program where the state is now encouraging us to buy energy from various producers of energy, even though it's fossil fuel, such as sewer plants and landfills where they collect the methane. Methane is natural gas. The methane can be either distributed through the PG&E pipelines to your homes, or it can be burnt in a generator and electricity is generated. So it's a waste energy project. And if we don't do that, the methane just gases off, and it's approximately, it depends on which scientist you talk to, but it's between 20 and 40 times more potent as a greenhouse gas pollutant than carbon dioxide. So that's what we don't want. Next, we had to electrify your fleet incentives. So people buying a new EV and people buying used EVs, people buying EVs period, can get incentive or rebates on said cars. And then we also have rebates on the chargers, the level 2 chargers that go in your home to power your car. We also approved a new CRM, which stands for Customer Relationship Management Program, to interface with our customers. We have an internship program. And then we had the big thing is behind the meter residential battery. We approved a behind the meter residential battery incentive program. And when I was talking about the peak rates between 4 and 9, where both PG&E and 3CE charges you more per kilowatt hour, the way to alleviate that is to have a battery, often called a Tesla Powerwall for those of you out there, which will power your home during that time. And of course, you can save a lot of money because you're not buying the really high priced energy at that time, and you're also making the grid more resilient, you're making your home more resilient, you're making your city more resilient to power shutoffs from PG&E. And that was the really big thing we did. The next item was we passed a new pricing plan for net injury metering, which is for solar panel customers. And that's just a pricing structure. And that concluded our day's work. And it was a long day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
I also have nothing to report.
Thank you. I went to a fire protection committee meeting, and I'm not going to talk about that because I'm going to leave that for our city manager, Don Reynolds, to discuss at a later moment. I was in attendance for representing the city for the retirement of Gary Byrne, who was the president and CEO of the Community Foundation for San Benito County. He was the first person in that group and did amazing work from $0 to millions and millions of dollars that have gone all over the county. Miss him terribly and hope that all of his great work will continue. I went to the business council meeting where the topic was the new high school and the introduction of Michelle Leonard, who is the former CEO of San Benito County Chamber and the new HR generalist for the schools. Attended the Valley Vista Landscape and Lighting District meeting, and then did a tour with US Senator Alex Padilla's senior field rep, Margaret Arachega, where we talked about well 6 and our water issues and how the senator could help us, and then attended a tour of the new Gavilan College site with Dr. Pedro Avila and the progression of that. And they hope to have it done by the end of the year. Absolutely amazing. It's beautiful. That's all I have. City council announcements. This is an opportunity, bless your bones. An opportunity for the council and staff to share community calendar and announce upcoming dates of interest to the general public. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Lynn already talked about the fire protection meeting, which is tomorrow night. That's something that most people might be interested in. And the other big thing is on the 27th of July, we're having a V-Dub show on 3rd Street in downtown San Juan. It lasts all day. It's always a great show, particularly for those of you who like 1960s and early 70s Volkswagens of all shapes and kinds.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I second what Councilmember Freeman said, and I am a VW lover and owner. I have one that's sitting in a friend's property that needs some repair. It's a ragtop, 1972 Carmen Ghia. So hopefully one day it will be running and you'll see me driving downtown. Anyway, so I just want to announce that in Mayor Friel's absence, he's on a road trip across the country. Lucky him, I will be attending this Thursday's COG meeting, Council of Governments, and the hot topic and the main topic is roadways, Highway 25, all that stuff. So I'll report back next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Y'all stole my thunder with the dub show. That's the one I was going to announce, but
Re-announce.
Yes.
It's been awesome in previous years, and looking forward to and excited to seeing some awesome rides again.
Yeah, super cool. So just coming off of 2-day wine and artisan event, we have this coming Sunday, the 21st at Piscinas Ranch is hosting Art of Eating, a farm to table benefit for the arts, where Yano and Zoa will be in attendance. They're coming back. So it's gonna be super cool to see them. You can get tickets on Eventbrite. August 4th is the F-Balt Land Day. Oops, missed one. The 26th and the 27th, wait for it, the NorCal Dub Affair. Thank you all. The 26th is a chance for everybody to talk about their experiences, and I'm sure everybody has one, or most people do, about their VWs. It will be held at 18th Barrel. And then on the 27th is the actual event. And then the August 11th is San Juan Day, and we're gonna get fresh baked. This is an amazing collaboration with the state park and the city and Spirit of San Juan, where we're gonna get homemade tortillas again. That's gonna be super sweet. Thank you for that. The Green Business Mixer that was shared already is tomorrow night from 5:30 to 7, where Lola's will be catering it. It's also Sarah Nordwick, who is the new director over there and the past CEO of the Community Food Bank. So welcome to that new position. That's it. That's all I have coming up. Anybody else have events coming up that they want to share? Don, John, Liz? Nope, good, okay. City managers report.
Thank you, City Council. We do have Roy, our Public Safety Coordinator, here today. And we have Charlie on the line, who generally provides the fire report. And we have the Fire Chief here, of course. So let's get started with the Fire Department. We'll let them give their status report, and then Roy can follow that. I'll go. Sure. Thank you, Chief.
Welcome, Chief.
It's good to be here. I apologize, your guys' meeting generally conflicts with the city of Hollister. So I'm normally a couple days later watching the video of the meeting, but since we're on break right now, I was able to be here tonight. If I could take a couple extra seconds, just to say I appreciate the working relationship, the city manager Reynolds and public safety coordinator Morales. I have a very good working relationship with them, I believe. I appreciate that. But the other part to that is, as we have our conversations, and I've offered it out to multiple people, with all the conversations and stuff going on, it's pretty hard to understand how the fire department works and what we do. If you don't ever get a chance to see what we do and come talk to us. So I'm always available. I think last time I was here, I gave everybody my business card. If anybody is interested in coming down, talking to me, we can go through this fire station. I'll even take you to all the fire stations. You can talk to the personnel. We can talk different things about the fire department. If there is any things that you guys want to learn about how we operate. I've worked for multiple different agencies, volunteer, paid, fire districts, cities. Every one of them operates differently. Even two city departments operate differently. So if you want to understand how Hollister Fire works, you can reach out to me and I'll make sure that that can happen. With that, for June, we had 3 fires out of Station 4 here in San Juan. 3 fires. Those were 2 grass fires, 1 vehicle fire. I believe every one of those was auto aid to Aromas Tri-Counties. There was 14 medical calls, 11 vehicle accidents. Most of those were out on the highway, so those would have been out in the county areas or auto aid. There were 6 inspections. Those inspections included car show, a new business, and then the rest were mostly weed abatement and trying to mitigate those weeds. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of the chief? No, thanks for offering up your phone number to the whole city. We appreciate that.
The city phone.
And good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. From the Sheriff's Office, they had 3 towed vehicles, and that included 1 tow from Los Padrinos Car Show. That was also a successful event downtown. They had a good crowd. I attended that and it went very well. They had 1 DUI arrest, 1 stolen car in the 1000 block of Lavanino. It was a family member that actually stole that car, so it came back later. And then the big one that we had here in town was the San Jose PD arrest of two gentlemen that had fled, that were wanted from the city of San Jose for related to a sideshow attack on a police officer. The chase started in the city of Salinas, ended up in our town, and when they used a flashbang, and there was a lot of misinformation on social media that kind of led to a city response and a lot of communication between the city manager, myself, and some members of city council. So that all worked out. Everybody, there were two in custody, and there was nobody that was hurt. So that's success. And then for code enforcement, as you've heard, Rich Brown retired. He had 0 animal control cases. He continued to upload his years of files onto the system so Oscar can retrieve those and work with those. And Oscar has since reviewed most of the files and also worked with 4-Leaf, and they're coming up with a good plan for him. And then 2 parking citations, and then we really focused on the 4th of July this year. So 4th of July was a success in my eyes. I worked that night, so did Oscar. Desi, our deputy, worked, and we had additional security officers from Kismet. We had security cameras, I think 3 additional in town. All our flock cameras were working. We're trying to focus those in on certain spots from prior years that were considered hot spots. So we ended up citing 3 people. Actually, I'm sorry, 1 person, 3 citations. And two of them were on view by myself and Desi, and then the third was Oscar and Rich. And it was the same person that got cited 3 separate times. So that's going to be expensive for that person. But again, with the 4th of July, we started with a robust social media public messaging. So every week we had something new going out. So the public, it wasn't a surprise, if they were going to get fined. We had signage cameras as a detailed, and then there was an act of vandalism at the soccer field. There was 1 bent door, and then the big one for the 4th, we started off with a wildland fire that ended up being a CAL FIRE jurisdiction. Our engine here for the city of Hollister responded. They were first on scene. Great response, great coordination between the city of Hollister Fire Department and CAL FIRE. And we were fortunate that there were 2 work crews leaving another fire. When they were going through our jurisdiction, they heard this fire, they responded. So they put that fire out pretty quick. They did find 1 bottle rocket that was the cause of the fire. But coordination was excellent. Desi and I were there as well. So I thought that was a great effort by all involved. And then in the future, what we have planned, mostly with Oscar, is develop proactive code enforcement, as City Council has wanted for a while. So we're going to be working with Recology and other departments to come up with a good plan on an enforcement, more educational first, and then we'll continue with abandoned vehicles and other things like that to really clean up the city and make it bring out the beauty of it that it has. So we're working on that. Oscar's had the iWork training from 4-Leaf, and then I'm still working with PG&E for 1 additional flock camera that is in Copperleaf. So I'm trying to get a condor camera that we can focus in on the jurisdiction out there and focus back in and use that camera to tilt and zoom on different areas. That's my report. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
No questions. Thanks for the 4th of July, though.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Officer Morales. And 4th of July was pretty quiet. It started off with a bang with the fire. I saw the smoke from my kitchen window, and it got like suppressed. Like, wow, it was great. It was good to see everybody working together. Did you have any citations going out to any illegal fireworks? I didn't hear so much this year.
It was the 1 person.
The 1 person?
He was setting off the
Oh,
illegal fireworks right in front of us.
The 3 violations?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Yes.
Nobody else?
No one else.
Wow. You said you talked about weed abatement, or maybe fire chief did from Hollister, but it's been brought to my attention that there's a big property that's on the side of the cemetery adjacent to the sewer, and property owner said there's like just a bunch of tall weeds there. I don't know if anyone's gone out there and looked.
Actually, Oscar Soto did get a hold of the property owner who's from Watsonville area.
Okay.
So we touched base with them this morning, and they're going to start. He gave him 10 days to fix that issue. and the fire marshal has also contacted him. So we'll monitor that.
And then there's spotty high weeds, over on the McElhaney, property, the vacant with the Chalmers house. The owners, I believe, are the San Diego Health Foundation, but there is a row of houses there that have their community fences. So sometimes it looks like they maybe do the vacant a lot, but when it comes close to the fencing, it seems like there's tall weeds.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
Great work. And I love hearing the report. I don't really have any questions, but I love hearing you guys, what you're up to.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Family member, they got the car back. Was that an adult? Probably can't say.
I don't know. I didn't ask Desi. I was trying to remember, but I didn't ask specifics. I don't think so, but thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, appreciate the concerted effort by CAL FIRE. One helicopter and 3 planes buzzed my house, like right over it. I have photos of all of that right over my house. It was amazing. And our coop right out there with them. We appreciate all of that. Thank you for keeping our city safe. Comments from chambers or Zoom?
No speaker cards received and seeing no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you very much. City manager, back at you.
Sure. Just a few slides tonight. Pardon me. Thank you, Liz. We've been busy in our community development world. We had special town hall meetings on the housing element. We had fairly low attendance, but we did address the recommendation in the housing element regarding affordable housing and establishing an affordable housing review committee, whether that would be standing forum for housing rights hearings as a conjunction with the planning commission or a separate commission. So that was the main issue, and they prefer a separate commission. So we would convene one meeting and then stop that meeting and reconvene a housing rights hearing process, and then continue with our planning commission. So that's just a new caveat. The state will reply the first week in July. I understand that those comments are due back to us by this Friday. So that's a pretty quick turnaround, and we'll get our housing element wrapped up. As you know, we've been working on zone changes, temporary use of land permit, and also a new part of the zoning code to address food trucks, especially on public property. We had 2 town hall meetings, both pretty well attended. We have good feedback from local business owners. We did have Jesus from JJ's here earlier tonight, but apparently he had to leave. He had a chance to provide feedback and his concerns regarding food trucks. We heard from Smoke Point. We heard from several business owners. The direction was to draft a map. And so we met with the owner of Hopper Brothers, Jason Ricketts, last week to discuss potential locations for food trucks and positioning food trucks around the town in such a way that they didn't disrupt the businesses on 3rd Street or interfere with their business. So favoring dates and times when some of the businesses are closed and not open. JJ's brought to my attention that just because some of the businesses are closed earlier in the week doesn't mean that his business is closed, or Hardina's or Vertigo's. So I think there's some work to be done with that. We're going to get a draft map to the business owners in the next week or so. I've reached out to 4Leaf to make sure that when the draft map is ready, we publish it ahead of the planning commission. But both of these matters should be coming back to the planning commission on the 6th. Questions? Sure.
Go ahead. Sorry. Anything on this slide? Or whatever, anything so far, thus far?
My only question is the JJ's is concerned about food trucks in his area, I guess, I presume.
He had a couple concerns. He himself has considered a food truck. He feels that the business is dying, and the JJ's rent is too high. And he asked if he could put a food truck on his property across the street where he had planned the mixed-use development. He couldn't afford the mixed-use development. But it's frowned upon, and we're gonna make sure that the temporary use land permit does not allow permanent food trucks. We have a couple of food trucks that have been stationary for too long. And other cities like Watsonville require that they be moved from time to time and stored properly, not just stored on vacant lots. So there's a few new quirks to work out, but Jesus brought that to my attention today. They're paying up to like $3,900 a month to store food trucks in Watsonville when they're not being used. They have to be plugged in and refrigerated and other things. And so it's not just okay most of the food trucks we have in our community leave our community. The pizza food truck is from Santa Cruz or Romas. So that's not an issue, but we'll need to work on having a way to better inform the food trucks and how to store them. So he's looking at options, and probably what he will do, what he told me today, was he wants to consolidate JJ's and GG's together. But he'd also would like to reestablish a parklet, and so he came tonight to talk about reestablishing a parklet at GG's. And it clearly states in our resolution that I can't allow that to happen, that I don't have the authority to do that. So just give the council a heads up, you might be getting a letter or request from Jesus in that regard. Okay.
Just quickly, sorry, just quickly, since we're on the slide, thank you, Dawn. So you talked about stationary food trucks. So I think we have one food truck, and I understood that you were looking at that, what to do with that food truck based on what was gonna come out of this ordinance, is that correct?
Right, he went through places that would work for him that were not on Third Street, and he likes Second Street and Fourth Street, you know, as you know, because you're so close to Vertigo's, he's there every Friday.
No, I mean the taco truck, it's.
Oh, the taco truck.
Well, that was something that came up, I believe. Yeah, it came up as an issue of concern because we're trying to work with these other food trucks that are come and go, with that truck there
So
is
Roy-
blatantly stationary.
Let me ask, Roy, have we done any code enforcement? I know we removed the signs, but not the food truck?
Not the food truck part.
So can I ask a question while we're on that, sorry. While we're on that, permanent food truck that has been permanent for quite some time, it goes against our, current, ordinance about having permanent food trucks. So I guess to piggyback on Jackie's question, why is the permanent food truck still there when it goes against our ordinances?
There was something related to the conditional use permit that was approved for that property, when another food, beer tasting, place wanted to move there. And the conditional use permit, as I recall, had special provisions in it that allowed for food at that address.
For permanent?
This was to relocate a beer tasting place. It didn't mention food trucks specifically.
Right, so that was a tasting room that was going in. But instead of and according to their conditional land use permit, they asked for food trucks similar to 18th Barrel or Vertigo. But this has turned into not a tasting room, but a permanent food truck.
Agreed. I'll work closer with code enforcement on that interpretation.
Thank you.
My ask is that it's not following, as Pro Tem Mayor Jordan said, our current ordinances. We're going through the process of helping these other food trucks. I'm not trying to say put him out of business or them out of business. They have wonderful food. I go there often. How can we make it work for them in accordance with our current code? You know, it's just not fair to these other food trucks that are trying to establish some sort of schedule and map.
Agreed. Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
I would second and harp on, you know, trying to work with that with that truck and that owner and making sure that it's clear. You know, what's going on there. Other than them always putting onions in my food when I ask for no onions. And they're only not being onions when my wife asks in Spanish, but when I ask in Spanish, they're still onions. Apparently, I don't know how to say it right. It's more of a. You'll say. I would love to see them stay and make sure all the concerns are assuaged for us to work with them along the same lines as we're looking to establish maps. I know that, you know, other local business owners and permanent owners will have their opinions. I would love and request that the needs of the community and the desires of the community be, you know, citizens be forefront when we're looking at, you know, where to put things, how it impacts citizens and how it impacts, and, you know, and the benefits of to our citizens as opposed to benefits to business owners should be at the forefront of whatever requirements are drafted.
Correct, we're not looking at parks, we're not looking at any residential areas or being close to schools, so.
I've purposely stayed out of the business of it, but in terms of how we go through and look at that, making sure that the, you know, as what I'm reading here, we're talking to a lot of business owners and things like that, but that the needs of the community are at the forefront of the requirements as opposed to the needs of the business owners. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. I know, it gets better. On tonight's agenda is the Public Local Housing Allocation Grant Program again. That recommends closing out the ADU program because we haven't been able to attract any customers for that, and that's described in your staff report later in the agenda. But to keep the funds local for affordable housing. And then we're closing out other grant programs related to HCD that include an inclusionary housing study with the Senate Bill 2, the REAP program and the LEAP funds. You've heard of those. We've used them to study some of our existing ordinances and update them. So that's some of the stuff that we're doing behind the scenes that you don't see. Current planning includes Casa Rosa. We've reviewed an affordable housing agreement and sent it back to the city attorney today. That is one barrier to them getting their occupancy permit. They have 4 apartments on the second story of Casa Rosa are all restricted affordable units at the median income rental rate. So he's anxious to find out what those rates are. You may have seen the for rent sign up there. So that's exciting. That building, you know, as you know, was falling down when I got here. So 5 years in the works. With the New Delhi and Muckalemme, looks like it's ready to open soon. It's great to see that they have all their paving done and striping. I guess they're just waiting to clean up the inside and get PG&E online. We issued 2 stop work orders on historic properties and a third one today. These are properties all under the situation where work was begun where no permit was needed, but further work was done as more deterioration to the buildings was discovered. So all of a sudden they're pulling out dead rot, but these are support beams, and this runs into trouble. So it's a Casa Rosa scenario just replaying itself over and over again, and it just takes a constant vigilant from people like Oscar and keeping an eye out on those construction projects. Or a painting project is redoing stucco on the face of a building with a scaffolding that's not approved by Calosha, these types of things. So we're working closely with the owners and bringing those back in line and getting them restarted. Met for an hour with the Loaisas. They have the minor development at the roundabout. As we know that they're grading there, and they have plans to develop their 4 homes on those 4 lots. They've also shared with me plans for 8 additional lots in the northern side of their parcel. So that's evident, and that was known to the planning commission when it was adopted. So they're talking about how to move forward with that, and we're getting their project files assigned to a case manager at 4 Leaves to work with them. Okay, any thoughts on that one?
Thank you. I have nothing to say on that. I would like to go back, not a slide, don't have to go back a slide, but I'd like to throw in my 2 cents on the food truck on in between 3rd and 4th Street. I like it. I don't care if there's onions on my tacos. And it's one of the least expensive and really good places to eat in town, so I'd like to keep it.
Moving to the current slide. So that's a shame that nobody took use of the ADU program. And I know that you guys did like advertising. You put out flyers or something in the lobby bills. That was part of it, right?
Right, we did have one applicant with a legitimate use, but then we find out from HCD that there were details that they hadn't disclosed to us regarding recording a 55-year affordability covenant on the property. And that it was not a $15,000 grant, it was indeed a $15,000 low interest loan. We have neither the capacity to enforce the deed restrictions or administer the loan. So it was hard for both the property owner and the city to move that project forward.
Wow.
But that's all in the staff report later in the agenda.
Okay. Yeah, that is. Okay. And thank you for going out there and being proactive to code enforcement Morales. You know, I think for me, my position is that I don't want to be the bad cop, so to speak, unquote, but I really feel like property owners on 3rd Street or anywhere, especially 3rd Street, that's our calling card to historic buildings. And I feel that it's, the owners, purchasers have to do their due diligence to understand what the codes are and what needs to happen before they go doing any kind of, you know, major renovations to it. And I think it's good to hear that our new code enforcement officer and also Mr. Morales are going to be so proactive that, you know, it's a matter of reaching out and educating the individuals on what they can and can't do. But at the same time, some of these owners have been on 3rd Street for quite a while. And I'm just curious as to, and I know I did communicate to you, City Manager Reynolds, about collecting of fines, because this is not, oh gee, I didn't know that kind of situation. And they're very egregious. Like you said, the scaffolding was out of compliance with Cal OSHA. That could have been a huge problem if that had fallen on a pedestrian or even the workers that were doing the work. So I'm more interested in how we're gonna enforce and maybe do some fine collection.
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
Go after the money.
You have made yourself very clear, and we have the people in place, and we're gonna exercise all of our options that are available to the city.
So this is not gonna be like go pass, I'm gonna pass, sorry, don't do it again. This is actually gonna be a real fine, correct? Because it's in our ordinances, there is a fine.
That's our intent, yes. Yes, you bet.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Sebastian, how you doing over there?
It's good.
Okay.
Great chairs.
Questions, comments, concerns?
I'm really excited about that deli. Excited. No, I can stop door dashing from Arteaga's in Gilroy. Yeah, those stop work orders, like, get them. I don't have any other questions. I don't have any questions. I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
I just had tacos at the Las Lomas Market. It's amazing. Can't wait till they come in.
Oh,
They're
I
amazing.
stopped through there on my way home from Santa Cruz.
Thank you. Carry on.
The community development department has been working on the sign ordinance. They presented it at the last planning commission meeting. Planning commission had a good discussion about the use and the size of A-frame signs, definition of neon signs, and the need and definition for windows as signs. And there is nothing currently in the code regarding how much of a window can be used as a sign. So that needs to be addressed. Permanent versus temporary signs, and then the use of flags need to be defined in the code because they're not currently. So the Four Leaf, Erica, received feedback as she read through the ordinance, and then at a second planning commission, went through these specific issues, and now it's gonna return with a draft for the city attorney to consider in the future. So we're working on dressing up our sign ordinance and addressing some of these new trends in signs, lights around the windows and other things. And then we talked much already about Oscar Soto and Rich working well together in transition and working with legal to strengthen our enforcement of fines.
Excuse me. Thank you. Councilmember Freeman, anything on signs? Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes, thank you for that, Dawn. I did listen in on that meeting, the planning commission meeting. And I do think that one thing is that there was maybe one or two business owners that were there pleading their case for clear violations of our sign ordinance. I think that while we're ironing this ordinance out, it is in black and white, and we do need to adhere to that. The lights, the rope lights around the windows, even though it's not in the code, I don't think that you should just, if it's omitted, then it's permissible. I know that we have someone in the audience that worked really hard on that sign ordinance. Hopefully she'll get up and speak to the reason for the sign ordinance, what it all means. So I feel by it's not in the ordinance, for me, doesn't mean it translates, then it's permissible for the time being. And then I do know that they talked about A-frame signs. I think that if they want an A-frame sign and you have code enforcement or community development, whatever you're gonna call it, maybe if the city wants to purchase a standard A-frame sign, and then the business owner can purchase that for a low cost, so they're all look the same, would be a good idea. And as far as the lights, not the kind that are there all year round, I don't think it's a bad idea to allow Christmas lights for the holiday season. I think it's really cheerful and it looks very inviting. But these other lights that I see, not so much. And the flags, not so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
We hate cookie cutter houses and everything looking the same. I would hate for all the signs to be the same. For them to adhere to some general standards, absolutely. But looking all the same, I don't think that would detract from the uniqueness of downtown and uniqueness building to building. But I love the fact that we're going through and looking up and shoring up some of the hard work. There have been some loopholes that are outside of the intent, shoring those up. Like, yeah, that's good work to do. And I'd love to see that. I love that second bullet point that we're looking to strengthen our enforcement and fine and updating our fee schedules and fine schedules and things like that. That's great.
Yeah, I appreciate that as well. And there are cities that are as old or older than we are that have the same fixture coming out of a building, and whether they advertise the building itself or the business itself. There was one city, and I can't remember off the top of my head where it was, somewhere back east. But you would hang your flag if you were open, and if you weren't open, their flag wouldn't be out. So when it's open, everybody sees that, and I don't know, could be a way to go and entice business owners who choose to be open or not be open, depending on the day of the week or what they sold the day before, if we had something like that. But yeah, I'm glad we're finally going through this piece by piece, because the downtown looks so tacky right now. Thank you.
I think we've already touched on this. It's a project to work in our community facility districts and our Valley Vista Assessment District. Jerry did spend a lot of time with the Valley Vista residents, which is great. It totally improved communication between the two. And we know that he toured the property, et cetera. So this is a bit redundant. We're preparing submittal of the tax rolls for the assessor's office for the end of July. We went and coordinated budget deliberations with the fiscal reporting so that our CPA, Wendy, and others were all on the same page. We're training staff on our ClearGov software so that staff has digital access to its budget for the first time. It's been a goal of mine for 3 or 4 years, and we're finally getting there. We had our first training just last week. Another redundant sentence. We're working on HR policy updates, and we completed 3 evaluations with 2 left to go. So we're getting caught up on our HR policies and taking care of our staff and their evaluations. And we are initiating recruitment for associate planner. We have a draft associate planner job description we're working on, and we want to go ahead and do a quick recruitment on city clerk and fill that position real fast.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's me. Since we're talking about hiring an associate planner, one of the good things for that person to do would be to, because there's been a lot of frustrations with the businesses in town when they come apply for a permit for this or that or everything, but to be established what's called standard operating procedures, often shortened to the little acronym SOP. I would call it a checklist also. It's another version of the same thing. And the checklist, frankly, should be on the website under a business tab. And if we could get that going, I think we could be a lot more business friendly to the community and the business community, and make a lot be a lot friendlier outreach from the city to the community. And I know that you get a lot of complaints from various businesses on this and that, and you have people in your office for unspecified periods of time complaining, and this might be a way to get beyond that and move beyond that. And so I would just submit that to you.
Thank you.
No questions.
Thank you. Nothing.
You brought up the invoicing for Rojas Communication. They have been really busy working on our behalf. Monday the 8th, we met with Lofgren's office. Wednesday the 10th, we had a conversation with Butler's office. And Friday the 12th, we did the tour with Padilla's office. With the state being broke, and even more broke now, I understand, than we thought, exponentially more broke, we're having some traction with the federal representatives. So that's relief. Hopefully upwards towards $10 million for our water project. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. We won't know till it gets through the Appropriations Committee in the House and the Senate. But once it gets to the Senate, we stand a pretty good chance. So we're working again with the SCAG program that Panetta supported, and Lofgren submitted a $1.1 million application, and we're on the list for that. And then there's Army Corps of Engineer program that's uses the WRDA acronym, and you'll hear that. I believe it's also being considered for City of Hollister. We're seeking 10 million. It could be 3 million. So we'll keep our fingers crossed with that. That's an update on Rojas Communication, what they're doing for us now.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
No comments. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Having Jaime Rojas on board has been absolutely amazing. Thank you for that.
Yes, we can thank Dimitri for that as well, our municipal advisor.
Thanks, Dimitri.
We got our public safety report from Roy already. We won't be redundant here. I wrote this before I saw this report. So we are working on redressing the special event process. Roy's working hard on a new application that is more upfront and talks about fees and helps make it easier for the applicant as well as for us. So he's also been on some countywide training for first responders, which is really great. And he mentioned his abandoned vehicles. The Fire Advisory Council's discussion, it's the last item on our agenda tonight. There, again, we started looking at a district and now it's branched into other issues, so. I'll wait till we get to that discussion item to talk more about details of the Fire Advisory Council.
Thank you. Any questions?
No.
Recreation, the volunteer program has approved 11 volunteers, which is great. The 1st of July was a big success at Abbey Park with live music, a lot of great feedback on that. The Monday Night Lights, the attendance started to wane a little bit, and working with the food vendors, et cetera, we're restructuring to a monthly program, so we'll relaunch that one. We do have outreach going out to YMCA, Youth Alliance, Industrial Waste Management on collaborations that we can work with different outreach and rec programs. The YMCA is interested in branching out. The Youth Alliance is going through leadership change, so we'll be patient. But there's also opportunities to work with the Community Food Bank and with the City of Ontario. I'm not sure what she means by that, so I didn't ask her about that one. But those are our collaborations. She's going to be going up to Eureka and seeing a good friend, and we get the benefit of her good friend's a rec program person. She's got a really good children's program. She's going to observe and participate in it there. So she's out doing her research to bring us back good programs. Looking for other contractors for program support, kind of like the library used to do. They would put out an RFP and bring in the Arts Council to do art programs or Credo to do dance programs. So we're looking for more contractors. And collaborating in special events. The San Juan Day includes a community yard sale, so she's helping with that. The Anzar Fall Festival out at the high school. And then the REACH program has the night walk that they're coordinating. So she's getting involved in these larger groups as well. And then the special event permit, SCP applications in the works to be finalized soon. So we touched base on that already.
Thank you. Questions?
Oh, yeah, it looks like Caitlin's been very, very busy. That's great. Only thing I'd like to see on her list is maybe a little bit more coordination or working with the seniors. Our former mayor and council member Mary Edge is spearheading that with volunteers, but it would be nice to have our rec tech, Miss Caitlin Grady. Maybe do something, even if it's calling bingo once a month or just kind of reaching out or getting a vendor to come in and do Tai Chi or some sort of exercise with the seniors. I think that would be great.
Yeah, I met with her on Monday. We're gonna bring her office into City Hall so that people can access the rec programs and her information here at City Hall instead of at the library. And I told her the best teen program we have right now is at Mary's Lunches, because she has a handful of high school kids getting their community hours, bussing tables and waiting tables in there. So it's a great collaboration to see that happen.
And the seniors love being around young people.
Yeah,
So
it's a good,
it's really cool.
you're right, it's a good combination.
Thank you. Piggybacking off of the seniors and Mary Edge just got a $10,000 grant from the Community Foundation. Yeah, huge. Yeah, congratulations to Mary for all that work. And for Caitlin helping with special events, United for San Benito County is doing a Stuff the Bus. And my understanding from speaking with Vicky Fortino is that our students get the bulk of the backpacks. So if we could have it's a bus, a little bus bin at the library. And they are accepting monetary donations and student stuff. And if we can get Caitlin or the library or the city to publish that, that would be awesome to help all of our students in San Benito County.
Okay, we'll follow up.
Thank you.
Right. Just real quick review on water. This used to be like 3 slides for each one. It's still moving forward. We met with the district June 26th, Dimitri and I. The focus was on our water pipeline agreement. We need to put that in place sooner the better, as they transition, with their leadership, to take advantage of having, the acting director Catano, working with us. We're in the, we're trying to make sure that the processes that the district has followed in the past, such as hiring their design, firm HDR, follows the federal regulations so that we can be sure and be reimbursed for those expenses. And then, as you know, the funding conversations are moving forward, as mentioned with our legislative efforts. On the wastewater side, we're soon to be done in Rancho Vista. That's all I'm gonna say on that. Within the next 3 weeks, we gotta go back, remove those steel plates and you know, finish up the streets. That's where we're at. Thank you for your patience, everyone out in Rancho Vista. Our settlement agreement with the water board was set to expire June 30th or June 20th, 2024. And we submitted an extension in May, and they turned that around in 10 days. And we now have the settlement agreement extended until fall of 2025. So that's a relief. It's a lot of pressure off of us to avoid additional fines and trouble from the water board. So those are those two projects in a nutshell.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn?
No questions.
Thank you.
The questions I have, to the surprise of absolutely no one, when they're closing back up the streets, I've seen some of the cleaning and work that's going on. Do we have clear instruction? They when they were cutting through the street, they cut through the decorative sidewalks. Are there clear instructions on how they're gonna close that back up? And
Yes, that matter came up today with the project manager, trying to find matching color, for example, let alone the stamp. So that's a challenge. It needs to fit. The stamp and the color need to fit. So
yeah,
I heard Jerry from MNS, overheard him on a call today, expressing that same sentiment.
I don't remember those being stamped. I thought they cut them.
Oh,
And
I
then
just
painted it.
they were stamped. Okay, that's even more challenging.
Pretty sure it was cut. Yeah, it was a bizarre process watching it happen.
Well, it is a concern. It's not going to be asphalt for long.
Yeah.
The intent is to restore it to its original.
Thank you. And Cypress is still working with the regional board?
That matter's gone away. I think what we got was an overzealous freshman at the water board. And the people who approved the extension of our settlement agreement have kind of chilled her down, and I haven't heard any. No news is good news on that one.
Someone asked the question.
It's recorded now.
Wait.
If
Thank you very
if you'd like, I can invent some more slides. Just give me a few minutes.
Thank you. Does anybody in chambers have any questions on anything that was brought up? Thank you. Yep. Hi, Michael. Thank you.
Hello, I just got a couple questions on my favorite subject, water and sewer. Do we have an agreement with Taylor Farms yet on helping to meet compliance with our NPDES permit?
What we've got with Taylor Farms is leverage. They need our approval on their plans to expand their plant. I haven't talked to them for a couple weeks, you're right, so I don't have an agreement yet. But I have leverage over them to get into agreement, or they won't be able to expand their plant.
We've talked to them about an agreement 2021. This is 2024. I don't understand why we don't have agreement yet.
Can I hire you?
Sure. I'll go down there.
It's not budgeted.
Because
Thank
we
you.
have leverage, right?
You got leverage,
We got leverage.
and we're in
So
communication.
that needs to be done because I believe that if it's not done with their exceeding our permit, is Hollister gonna accept what we send them? The second question I have kind of follows up on that. Has Hollister made any progress in getting their Regional Water Board Quality, Regional Water Quality Control Board permit lowered. I was told that the city of Hollister, city of San Juan Bautista, and the county were gonna bind together to ask the powers to be to lower that permit specifically on chloride, which they're exceeding. Again, I asked the question, has anything progressed with that? And-
Not specifically, no.
So are we in a problem with Hollister not? When we finally finish our pipeline in 2025, are they gonna be able to accept what we send them? If they don't have some way of meeting their permit? I know that's a tough question, but that's what my concern is. We're spending $40 million hoping that everything is gonna work out in Hollister.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you all. If we can take a 5-minute break, I would very much appreciate it. Hi, welcome back all. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. We are now on the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that a council member would like to pull? Councilmember Freeman. Thank you. Morris Lopez.
Yes, I would like to pull item 8D.
8D. Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia, and I have none. Would anybody in chambers like to pull an item on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom?
Seeing no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to approve consent agenda items A, B, C, D, and items E and F are not included, so they're being tabled to the next meeting. So, A, B, C.
I'll move that we approve A, B, and C, items A, B, and C on the consent agenda.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia to approve consent agenda items A, B, and C. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Item D was pulled, amendment to the Permanent Local Housing Allocation PLHA program, total value $455,999, allocating 90% of 2020 to 2024 grant funds. $361,000 from accessory dwelling unit ADU code compliance to support building affordable housing in the city. City manager.
These funds came to us 3 years after they were allocated by the state. We received a notice of availability in 2022 for funds starting in fiscal year 2019. And we recently made an adjustment because we keep bumping our head against the deadline to spend the funds. So we adjusted in April, the 2019 funds, or we were going to lose them. And so we adjusted them to homeless services and put the ADU compliance program in the back portion, the back years of the project, hopefully to get applications. And as was noted earlier in tonight's conversations, we advertised the ADU compliance program as widely as we could. And then as we went to implement it with the first applicant, we found that HCD had some hidden provisions in there that included 55-year deed restrictions and changing the 15-year grant, the $50,000 grant to a loan. And so the business property owner did not want to go forward with those restrictions, and those restrictions are enough to scare the rest of the community away. Deed restrictions are not good for trying to sell your property in the future. So in discussions with HCD, in the very back of this report is a list of PLHA eligible activities. It was recommended that we send our funds to an affordable housing project that's under construction through public health in either Hollister or the unincorporated area. And we didn't want to do that. So I sent HCD a request that we just get general help administering all of our affordable housing requirements. And our housing element, there are several variety of revisions that are necessary for our zoning codes and other things. And they wrote back to us and said, no, it's not on our list. So, you know, the list is probably baked into a Senate bill or legislature, something of that nature. So I told them, I said, the only affordable housing on the near horizon is that housing associated with 70 Muckalummy, the property where we updated the zoning in our housing element to provide higher density housing there. And in the application received from the San Benito Health Foundation, they identified some moderately high density housing there that they wanted to restrict as affordable for their workforce. They're trying to build housing there that's affordable for their workforce. And our cost of living is our average median income is barely high enough to match those rents. And so this would, when this project comes to fruition, they would be able to receive HUD and state grants to build it, and that would make the units affordable. without the subsidies, the units couldn't be made affordable. And so when this opportunity came by, and I understood from HCD that it could be used for pre-development costs, it could be used for design costs and permitting and other things that the housing, that the Health Foundation is currently working on. They submitted an application for this development. We deemed it to be incomplete 2 weeks ago, but they're earnestly moving forward on both their clinic campus and the housing project. So this is the only thing we have that we could use these $361,000 on in our jurisdiction that would immediately benefit a local business owner, developer, and hopefully some of our own residents. So that's why I've changed this. I committed to HUD, I committed to HCD at their June 30 deadline. And if the council doesn't approve it, then the June 30 deadline disappears and we lose the first year of the 2020 funds would have to be returned to the state. So I bought a little bit of grace period to make it to this council meeting because we missed the June 30 deadline. And what I'm trying to do is bump this out and put it all in one lump sum so that we can spend the money quickly and not have to come back every 2 weeks to ask you for an extension for the next set of funds. So this is a challenging grant because the funds have to be used so quickly and we found out about it so late. So it's a frustrating situation to be in, but I think the staff is bringing forward a solution, being able to keep these monies in San Juan Bautista and use them quickly and get this project done with. So that's it in a nutshell. I did not get a response when I invited the Health Foundation to tonight's meeting, but I did include an email from them in the staff report requesting the funds and describing how they would use them. So I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
It's often been said that there's no or very little affordable housing in San Benito County, and this is a chance to increase that stock. There's lots of people, not only people who will work at the Health Foundation, but teachers, firefighters, policemen who earn good salaries, but they don't earn Silicon Valley venture capitalist fund salaries. And so sometimes house payments are hard for them to afford. And so I am in favor of promoting affordable housing in this county and in this town.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes, thank you for that. I was the council member that did ask to have this pulled. And I too am a proponent of affordable housing. And that is not my issue with this last minute midnight hour ask. I'd like to understand this more. It seems it's about the money and the risk of losing the money. But also there's a pre-designated entity that we all know has purchased property in 2021. And it's a shame that that individual or that organization did not show up here. And that speaks volumes to me. I don't like and don't favor the fact that this money and keeping it is tied into this particular plan. I don't believe it's gone through the process of being presented, maybe because the permit needs to be worked on, to the HRB. That is a gateway of our city. There's a lot of design guidelines. There's a design in the packet. That's why I'm speaking to it. It almost feels like in the midnight hour, you're asking us to approve this. And I have a lot of questions. Like I said, the agency is not here to answer any questions. That speaks volumes. We might lose money. At one time, we had homeless people in RVs living on our streets. A good chunk of that money may have helped those individuals. We have seniors, I think, that live on very fixed incomes that don't even own homes, that maybe have to pay high rents. And there's a lot of other ways that we could have afforded to use some of this money before this ask. I did take time to read the packet and read the letter by the CEO, Rose Vivian Fernandez, which is attached in the back. It's actually 2 copies of the same letter. And what it reads to me very blatantly is this is workforce housing for the clinic. And that is with the intention that they will put another clinic in our community. As you know, we have a post for the Hazel Hawkins Clinic here. Do we really need another clinic? But it's venturing into another discussion. But I've highlighted what I see here, and this is clearly, she states, This is for her workforce. This is the community. There's no mention of homeless people. There's no mention of seniors. It is her workforce, and there's quite a bit of argument as to why she needs it, because rents are high, they lose jobs, they have to commute. Maybe they're not getting a living wage at her agency. I don't know. I think there's a lot of questions that I have, and I think the community deserves a right to have a conversation with her to present this to us. And also the need for another medical facility. This is not just about housing. They have a clinic that she already is the CEO that's 8 miles to the east of here. So I'm not sure how that pans out or looks like in terms of having a clinic so close. So I have a lot of questions, and I'm not going to be swayed by the midnight hour that the monies will go away.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sabathia?
I appreciate your explanation of the different ways you tried to allocate this money and going back and forth with HCD and all that. Grants are very restrictive. We all know that. When we talked about the money being allocated for homeless, we were all disappointed with how restricted we were with allocating that. There's no way to just give the money, and at a certain point in time when we were trying to allocate, homeless funds and things, those funds were leaving the city and going to benefit homeless efforts in Hollister. So I appreciate you looking and finding a way. I don't know. I guess the only other project that I could think of that might have some, and maybe there was nothing in that. This is more of an ask. There was nothing in the original plan that I know was already approved, but the housing, the condos that are going in on 3rd Street, is there any element of affordable housing in those?
That's a good question, council member. Right now, our inclusionary housing ordinance requires that the 6th house of every development be affordable.
And was that project approved before? I mean, does it?
So what's confusing about that project is it's 2 parcels, and there's a parcel on 3rd Street, and 8 single-family homes have already been approved for those lots facing 3rd Street. And then there's a street that goes up behind up the hill, and that's where a cluster, much like this, a cluster of townhomes would be located. I haven't talked to them since before the holidays, and we took a informative design to the planning commission, I believe, last fall, and they haven't come back with any new ideas or any application. So I felt that the application, having been submitted by the Health Foundation for this project, was evidence to me that they wanted to move forward quickly.
Gotcha, understood. Okay, yeah, no, seems pretty comprehensive to me. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify one thing for Councilmember Morris Lopez. This project is not being approved. All I'm seeking tonight is approval to use the money for housing on 70 Muckalemme. It would require an agreement between the city and the Health Foundation with the details in it that you request, and you are correct. Those details are critical. And so that agreement isn't ready yet. It's not ready to come forward yet. But I'm afraid that a no vote tonight would return $160,000 to the state. That's where we're at. So it's just approval of the use of the grant money and not the details that you request, which would be forthcoming.
But isn't it then, permit me to speak?
Go ahead.
So I'm still not understanding, because you're asking us to approve the money, but what I don't favor is that it's tied into this project when you say it hasn't been approved and the details are not there. And like I said, you are stating that you've been back and forth with HCD. There was no one that was taking the money when it was allocated for the ACUs. There was too many strings attached. But still, you're attaching this entity, this clinic, this project, which has not been approved. The design plans have not been submitted formally. They have not been approved. So it's kind of like putting the horse before the cart. So are we obligated then to allow the money? It's only tied into this one project, even if it's not approved. What happens to the agreement? Do they take that money back with them to Hollister and build on their campus? I mean, there's too many questions in my mind that attaching it specifically to this project when we don't even have a design that's approved. We don't even have community engagement, whether or not they want that there. Yes, we all want affordable housing, but there's a lot of uncertainties and just general statements. And like I said, the letter clearly states her ask is for her staff housing. And because they're maybe not being paid a living wage, they can't afford, there's commute issues. You know, we all commute. There's students that are coming in from other countries to learn. I mean, I'd like to know more about the inner workings of her facility before I sign off on giving her 60 units for staff housing.
That's not what the request is tonight.
I can't approve it.
So a couple of things, and I appreciate you with the explanation with the Third Street project, that there is no project. We have sent, I don't know how much money to Hollister and have nothing to show for it. So to have this remain in our own community is huge. And for there not to be, and I asked the same question, when I got my packet, Don and I spoke about it. About there being other avenues for this, and to have an ask for it is wonderful. I'm tired of sending money out of our city to get nothing back from it. And then when we go ahead and can't use grant money, and we're seeing this in other situations where we can't use grant money and it goes back to the state, well, we can't ask again. It gets very difficult to ask for any grant, regardless of what it's for, if we keep returning it. So I'm a little nervous about that. We have a very short window to do it, and there are no other projects. So a couple of things that we need to do from my perspective is, one, make sure that this is going to what it's supposed to be used for, and there's a whole bunch of stipulations for that. Two, that we don't lose money that's given to us. I mean, $100 and something thousand is huge to give back to the state for somebody else to use it. And granted, there's a lot of people who could benefit from that money. But if our own community can benefit, and this is the only project for it to go to, disappointing that the director didn't come to us and say, hey, that would be totally awesome if I got all that money. But that being said, I'm very much into keeping it here.
May I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't want to be rude or disrespectful, Pro Tem Mayor, but if we're gonna do this correctly with the vote, you live within the 500-foot circle of this project. So does that mean that you are allowed to vote on this tonight or not?
I live across the street.
She lives across the street.
Yeah, can you please mic up?
I was not aware of the issue, and if you do live in that proximity, I don't think you can vote.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, I didn't even pay attention to
Yeah,
that.
and the other thing, respectfully, you know, I hear what you're saying about the money and it being sent back. That's a bad look for the state. But I feel like we're being tied into this project that is a non-project that has not been presented and has not been approved and all these other things. And like I said, I pointed out very clearly that I don't see that the housing really is going to afford or benefit our local seniors, our local students. This is clearly her staff or the staff. So that's the sticking point for me. I too don't want to see the money go back, but is there some way, Dawn, does it have to be a brick and mortar project, or can it be a funding to help low income families pay their rent, seniors pay their rent? Is there somewhere that we can keep that a loophole? And I like Councilman Sabathia's concerns about the development on the hill, like if we could explore that, but maybe a rent assistance for needy people.
So these are the 10 uses that it can be used for. Develop rehab rental housing. So that means we would need to create a rental rehab housing from scratch and staff it and come up with policies and applications and so forth. So that's the first one. Second one is develop rental rehab ownership housing ADUs. That's what we tried to do. Matching funds for local housing trust fund program. So we could send it to the county if they have a local housing trust program or the housing authority from Santa Cruz, and it would be used in the Santa Cruz Housing Authority's jurisdiction, which includes Santa Cruz Mountains, includes San Benito County, and everywhere else the housing authority serves. Matching funds for local moderate housing asset funds. That low and moderate housing asset funds, matching funds. So if you had a developer that was raising funds, it's a $10 million project and they needed another $500,000, this would be a big help to them. That we don't have a situation like that. This is what they call pre-development funds. So it's to prepare the design for approval. So it's not approved yet, so they're still preparing those plans and that costs money. Capitalized reserves for permanent supportive housing programs. Permanent supportive housing program is a type of housing that HCD supports through special funding. So capitalized reserves for that means that when an applicant comes for permanent supportive housing, you have money in reserve that you can contribute to that project. I'm not aware of any permanent supportive housing programs in the county. And I'd share this list with public health and Enrique and others. So I just haven't been able to identify that one. Assisting persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness, which is what we use the 2019 funds for, homelessness. Accessibility modifications in owner-occupied housing. I haven't had a chance to hire a building official to go to the garden apartments or other multifamily places in town and look at accessibility modifications, but it has to be tied to housing. So it's not just curbs and gutters and sidewalks, it's housing. I just don't have a program for that I can tap into. I don't have staffing and the ability to implement that. Acquisition, rehab of vacant homes. We don't have the capital to buy vacant homes. Home ownership opportunities, down payment assistance, up to 120. That's something we could create a program for our city again, but we're creating a new program again, and we don't have the capability of creating new affordable housing programs. That's why when I got to number 10, I wrote to HCD and I said, we need an affordable housing program so we can create these other programs. It would be great to have a part-time staff or a contractor to do that. So I'm open to ideas, but I think beyond tonight, if we don't make a decision tonight, we'll lose the 2020 funds. That's what I can say.
If I can add something. If the homes, apartments, townhomes, whatever you call them, are built and people move in, there are citizens, just like the ones you're talking about. And if they need help, they need help. Just like, oops, I'm too close. I'm sorry. Okay. So they become our citizens, okay? And the other thing we need to consider, and I know I sound like a broken record, everyone's gonna get mad at me again, tough luck. We need more economic development. I'm tired of not being able to buy anything on a Tuesday or a Monday other than Windmill Market. And you and I talked at the last meeting on how professional corporations and how they go out for lunch and they stimulate the economy in the city. That's what this is. That's what a medical office, a medical clinic is. And those people will take lunches and dinner breaks and they'll help our town. And so I am definitely in favor of spending this money and getting it and helping kickstart this project because this city needs it.
I don't agree with you on that. If they can't afford rent, they probably can't afford to eat out at our prices. Anyway, so I've heard on that list of options, Dawn, you talked about rental subsidy. Is that what I heard? Like item number 9 or 8, something about rental with apartments that were already in existence.
Was that
Was there
rentals or
something-
homeowners that
Yeah, I
are
heard rental.
potentially becoming?
Yeah.
So then accessibility meaning the rent's too high so they can't get in.
No, ADA type stuff. Yeah.
ADA stuff, ADA.
So I thought I heard something about rental apartment, something.
And was there one of folks that are on the verge of becoming?
Right,
homeless?
that perked up my ears, thank you. Even though you can't vote, but thank you. Yeah. And then.
Right, so homeless or at risk of homelessness is the
And that
next
would
phase.
be a
And
lot of people with our water bill, cause they complain.
we fund that currently. That's what the 2019 money was reprogrammed to do. And it's a contract, the council also approved a contract that night with public health. And so we've executed an MOU to help pay them for homeless services, which is more than we've ever contributed. $75,000 is a lot to contribute for our 1 or 2 homeless people.
No, but we have seniors that are on fixed incomes and with, and this is not to poke you, but with the water bills going up, that's a topic of discussion a lot with the seniors. And some of them are just, widowed or widowers, so they don't have a second income. I mean, you have staff now in City Hall that we've never had before. You said you have to hire more staff. You have planner, you have other people that are.
I have no community development staff.
But you can reassign and you can delegate.
No, when you hire someone for a job description, you have to pay them to do that. I can't pay a rec assistant to do affordable
No, I'm
housing.
not saying that you do a rec assistant. You can use your head. You're the city manager. We give you directions. You have other qualified staff in that city hall that perhaps can extend. I mean, to just throw this money away, but also to force our hand to approve this, I don't appreciate that. I'm sitting here trying to brainstorm how we can make this work without sending the money back. And how we could stretch staff. You have on here an ask for an associate planner.
He or she would not be in the business of handing out checks to senior citizens for water bills.
Fact
That's
gather-
not what they do.
Fact gathering, finding out where the need is. This is a small town. We can walk from one end to the next in 10 minutes.
What's the deadline for this last month?
June 30th,
Thank you.
2024.
And how much is potentially going back if?
108,000, 114,000, sorry.
Thank you.
I suggest we take a vote.
I suggest we go to public comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I, Chambers? Hi, welcome.
Okay, Cara Vonk,
Thank you.
resident. I'm not here to talk about the reallocation of the money. But in your packet, the San Benito Health Foundation did have a site map, a sketch. And that's what got me very concerned because it doesn't meet our design guidelines at all. And Dawn did mention that this money could be used for pre-development soft costs, but I suggest that they come before the HRB and the Planning Commission for informal design review. Because the way they have those buildings on the plan is totally wrong. It needs to look like what's across the street at the Mission Garden Apartments. And I was a member of a citizens committee that redesigned that whole thing. They need to face the street. Rancho Vista, all of the houses were built to face the street. I'm sorry, what's the other one? Anyway.
Copperleaf.
Copperleaf, we missed a deadline and that's why it's behind a big wall. And it couldn't be built to meet our design guidelines. I'm a little worried about Loaza. I don't think I've ever seen that site plan and how those houses are going to be facing. But the housing needs to be facing the street. If you see the Mission Gardens, they're small, some of facing the street, it looks nice. It's a big project. I don't remember how many units are in there, but it looks good. And it looks welcoming, their front doors, little porches. That's the kind of thing that we need to build. And then, of course, there's the clinic itself. What is that going to look like? this is a gateway. And I know we had somebody who was gonna develop that property years ago, Todd Dubois. And we had a 1% growth ordinance then. It went to the voters and everybody, it passed, it was approved. It was a beautiful project and that also included housing and commercial. And it even had I think a water tower feature because it was at a gateway of our city. So I'm really concerned about the design of this thing. As Ms. Morris Lopez mentioned, has never even come before the city.
This is not the approval of a design. The application was
I know.
rejected.
I understand, and I
I'm sorry,
understand about the, I
Confusing
understand.
me and I'm not gonna. argue.
Frankly, I'm not really opposed to redirecting the money. But I understand Ms. Lopez's thing. I mean,
Thank you.
it's out in the,
Thank you.
you know.
Uh,
Thank you.
I had another question on, when's the next deadline for this?
We would stand to lose the 2021 money a year from June 30th.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, okay, so, do we have anybody on Zoom? No? Nothing, no questions, okay,
The mayor's recusing herself. She can't call a vote on this, can she?
No, she cannot.
okay, I didn't even know if I could call, I don't.
So I move that we vote on the expenditure of funds for this preliminary project.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Just,
Can we still question the motion on the floor?
well, I was.
Not supposed to.
Well, because I got passed up, I wanted to ask a question.
You weren't passed up. You spoke 8 times.
John, please,
Yeah.
can we please?
Yeah. Okay. So we need a second or it dies.
Second.
All in favor, or please?
Has to be a roll call
Yes,
vote.
thank you.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
No.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Jordan. Staying.
What's it called? I recused myself.
Recuse. Yes, thank you. Motion,
Actually, she's not even supposed to be in the room. That's a different story. It's too late. We don't care.
Okay,
Motion passed 2-1. Motion passes 2-1. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Three. Of the quorum, you have a majority.
Yes.
I'm asking for not being.
That's okay. I'll tell you.
you good?
He's the attorney.
Okay, thank you. We've already covered 9. 9A, so 9B, appoint a member of the city council to serve on the Urban Growth Boundaries Sphere of Influence Committee.
Mayor Pro Tem, I agree with Mayor Scott Fields in a phone call on Monday that he's not had a chance to make an appointment to that committee, so that this be deferred to the next council meeting.
Point of order. He's not here physically, and I don't know that it's sanctioned to make a phone call directly to the city manager. We are all here. He's gone. He's out of state.
Attorney Giffen.
I have heard the same thing that Don told me this, and I think it is up to the council to decide whether or not you'll adhere to the mayor's request.
I have the longevity of his out-of-state trip as well. There's a lot of things that aren't being done here per code. I'm sorry, going off target, but he's physically not here. I have take issue with that.
You're taking issue with a person on vacation.
No, the issue is that the mayor is absent and has no say at what goes on in this meeting. He's,
Well, he's made a request that's the city
Right.
manager has conveyed to the council. So
Yes,
it's the council's
understood.
decision about what it wants to do.
It's not on the agenda for discussion or vote. It's not agendized.
What was not agendized?
His request and his phone call to you and Dawn.
I didn't take a phone call.
Thought you said that you heard the phone call. I'm sorry.
No, I've heard what Don told me.
yeah.
The phone call occurred around lunch on Monday after the agenda was posted. And when I discussed this with the city clerk, it was more of how does the appointment process occur? And it's a recommendation by the mayor, voted up or down by the full city council. And he has not made a recommendation yet, therefore the council has nothing to vote on. There's no slate to vote on. That's the way Liz and I discussed it.
I'm at a loss. You said, can you repeat what you said about, it's up to the council to decide whether or not to take the request of?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
I'll restate it. The city manager has conveyed the request of the mayor, who is not here. And so I think it's up to the city council to decide whether or not you're going to honor the request of the mayor.
Okay. So, a vote, I suppose, if we're gonna honor the request of the mayor who, will make an appointment when he returns,
The absent mayor.
or to move ahead with a vote on it. So are we going to honor the request of the mayor to table this
I'm
until
sorry,
next month?
I'm still gonna
Go ahead.
argue my point. So what is the role of the pro tem? Isn't her role to take the place of the mayor when the mayor is absent for whatever permissible and excused absence? She is the mayor at this table for now, the pro tem mayor.
That's my understanding, yes.
Right, so that is, you can look up in the Robert's Rules of Orders or whatever other book. She is for now, all intents and purposes, in charge here.
In charge of this meeting, absolutely positively correct.
Right. And
But the powers of mayoral appointments, I don't think fall under Robert's Rules of Order or under this. I think we should respect Mayor Friel's request.
And
And in light of how the meeting ended last June, I just think it's a kind of an appropriate thing to do to consider his request. And I think we need to talk to the mayor a little bit about all of that.
how did the meeting end?
The meeting ended with when the second died on the vote for the MOU.
that's a different.
Okay. So how long has there been a vacancy for the urban growth committee?
I don't know.
2+ months.
Council member Boris Lopez is a member of that committee.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, I want to say probably 3 meetings, maybe 2 definitely, but 3 meetings. So you're talking
3 months.
3 months.
3 months that the mayor hasn't appointed somebody?
There was no, and he was present. There was no excuse given. There was no formal written notice. I really, once again, I don't feel the phone call is appropriate. And it wasn't on the agenda that there was a phone call or an ask. And once again, her role is to be the pro tem mayor.
Can I just interrupt?
Yes.
When did he resign from the committee? Right? And that was just in the last meeting. Was before that? You sure? I don't remember.
He was here, he was not on his vacation, and he resigned. And he said it at a city council meeting.
That was last month.
No,
No,
No.
my memory is that it was during the last meeting that he resigned from the board.
I wasn't at the last meeting. He resigned before that. He resigned 2 months ago
Yeah,
at the May meeting.
my memory is it was last meeting, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it was the May meeting because I wasn't here for the June. At least the May meeting.
I don't remember him resigning in the May meeting. I do not remember him talking about it at all.
I don't view it as particularly relevant. The May meeting?
Liz is looking it up.
That was the April meeting when my daughter was.
According to my notes, following the vote on the MOU, Mayor Friel spoke that he has a hard time with the MOU. He feels the process is tainted. Is it legal for the city to dictate development in the county? Why would the county adhere to this or allow it to happen? The city will process the development and not get paid for it. At that point, Jackie Morris Lopez moved to adopt the MOU and there was no second. So, I believe it was at that time when he stepped down from the committee altogether. But
It was before that because I was not at the June meeting.
you were back east, yeah, I recall.
And we have actually had several conversations about
Yeah.
him appointing somebody.
Yeah, my UGB notes from 6/5 don't show the mayor present. So it must have been the May meeting.
Okay. I don't remember.
Time flies when you're having fun.
When you're having fun, absolutely.
Yeah, it must have been the May meeting, John. I already have it in my book.
So aside from his requests, to me, not being dismissive of Scott's request or the mayor's request, but aside from that, separately, I would love to just move this to the next meeting. I'm not particularly, I think the appropriate process would be for, us to hear, decide and vote. Whether he appoints someone first and we all vote yes, or we vote that down and then appoint someone from within us. I think.
The vacancy is a council seat.
Yeah. And so I'm okay with that process. I would just like to forward it to the next meeting.
With what process?
The normal process of like us
what's not
nominating how we always did it.
What's not normal about now? She's the pro tem mayor. We have a quorum. She can vote. It feels like we're picking and choosing which things we want to vote on tonight. I don't like that. I don't favor that.
That's our job.
Yeah.
Well, it just seems very differential, very differential.
This is the last vote on the agenda besides adjournment.
I move that we table the motion.
League delegates, I'm sorry, league delegates.
I move that we table the motion.
I second that.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
No,
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
Motion failed.
League of California Cities voting delegate. Delegate a vote, voting delegate and alternate for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo, October 18th, 2020. Is that the meeting that's in Long Beach? Yes. Thank you.
So the meeting is October 16th through the 18th, and it's like Mayor mentioned, it's in Long Beach. And the league is asking for a delegate and an alternate. Then they have to be obviously present at the conference in order to be able to vote.
Do we know who's going to this conference?
Anybody?
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, right. Not it, not it. Are you going?
Maybe
Uh,
decide in a couple days.
okay, okay. You're not going. And I'm not sure that I'm in the state that we talked about this.
Long
Yeah,
Beach.
yeah, I can't remember if I'm here or not. So.
We have an early bird special that ends on Thursday, so.
This Thursday, this coming
Yes.
Thursday, what date is that?
This Thursday.
This Thursday, why?
Oh,
I think I
tomorrow.
realized an
I
email.
mean, what, 2 days
Two
from now?
days, yeah.
17th, 18th,
Yeah, I sent also an email earlier today and then like a few months ago.
yeah, July 18th.
October 16th through the 18th.
Right, but the
Oh,
early bird
for the-
special, yeah. So if you are a definite no. You are a definite not going?
Other words were yes.
Thank you. I don't know how to say that other ways. You are a definite no-go. Okay, you are a maybe?
And you are,
I'm a maybe. I have to check my calendar again. I'm not sure. It's football season.
oh, okay.
Sorry, Penn State. We are. So having we don't have, what? Okay. Perfect, perfect. I nominate Don and John as the primary and the alternate.
Right.
So I guess our other option would be to well, yeah, we can, but yeah, not knowing whether the mayor is going or not. If we can have, if Jackie's potentially going, then I would ask her to be the voting delegate. Go ahead.
Question, sorry to interrupt, but maybe y'all signing up doesn't have a lot of impact on us voting on the person to be the people next time, right? Like they can sign up, but if you check your calendar tomorrow and you sign up with the early bird special, save the money,
Right,
you could vote on the delegate later.
Yeah,
August.
Pressure's off.
the alternate, or
There's a
both.
deadline,
Oh.
but yeah, there's a deadline.
Is it Thursday?
No, that's for the early bird special.
Pressure's off.
But yeah,
Time out.
So what's the
Hang
delegate?
on.
I think it's August, like August. We still have time. So if we can't decide, we can
Is
bring
it-
it back.
Is it after our council meeting in
Yes,
August?
yes.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, then,
We have one more.
then we can table this.
Okay, to the next meeting.
We have to vote on tabling it.
No, you just, no.
Thank you. Table to August meeting. Thank you. Next, future agenda items, report from
Skipped in. Most important item of the night, probably.
future agenda items. Did I just not
Yeah.
discuss the status of, oh,
You will leave.
no, it says, number 10 says future agenda items. I
You have the wrong agenda. That's 11.
I have the wrong agenda. Sorry, number 10. Discussion of the status of the fire advisory committee. My apologies, this is huge. Thank you. City manager, can you please take this away, and please no comments or discussions until he is finished.
Thank you, members of the city council. I will say that I have been listening closely to the messages from the city of Hollister regarding our fire contract. I have been talking to retired fire chiefs and experts in the industry. And I've been analyzing our own situation in regards to public safety. And yes, I agree, this is a very important topic. As stated in the staff report, we balanced our budget on originally $30,000 that became $80,000. So if we take the $260,000 contract and look at full cost recovery for the city of Hollister for the 3.4%, 3.8% services, calls for service that we receive, very superficial broad brush. we're looking at close to a $200,000 increase in our fire budget to $532,000 per year. So, whatever was negotiated in 2015, I went to Chris Martiyama, who was the mayor then. He has a page of notes in the file about the fire contract in 2015. The 2017, 2018 study is very thorough. Other alternatives were exponentially higher than the Hollister contract. They remain exponentially higher, going with CAL FIRE and other choices. And so I've been participating in these meetings as well as Mayor Fields and Mayor Pro Tem Jordan as the council's delegates on a public safety subcommittee. And we're in a bad position here. So I shared memorandums, Mission Village Voice, an email that I shared July 5th, and then the July 1st Fire Advisory Committee meeting, because it was at that meeting when Public Safety Coordinator Morales and I were there, and we listened to them talk about the work that had been done by the current consultant and the escalating costs. And at the next meeting, I recommended 4 things. I recommended that they consider an RFP for a new consultant. I recommended that they form an interim agreement immediately, because the Hollister is bleeding, and Hollister's budget is in bad shape, and so is the county's budget in bad shape. And also that we look at forming a district, and then coming up with a cost allocation process that made sense to everybody, not just simply San Juan Bautista paid 20% of the cost of this feasibility study when we're less than 5% of the volume. So with that, both supervisors were surprised because they don't have a CAO that I could work with. And so Supervisor Curro in particular wanted to meet with me. So I met with her for about 2 hours on Friday following that meeting. And she was interested in possibly a JPA to see this 2 or 3 year process forward for forming a district, because it gives the JPA some decision-making power. And then in theory, that would eventually turn into a board for the new district. That was what I had in my mind. She didn't really touch on the interim agreement or its importance yet, and it was clear that the acting CAO had insufficient time then to follow up on this project and the details of the costs assigned. So I personally, the city has been in kind of a waiting mode, waiting for the county to step up and provide some of their ideas on how to resolve these issues that are currently costing Hollister quite a bit of money. And in that regard, you've heard stories where the Hollister Council doesn't think the Hollister should be paying lease to the city for this facility. And when you think about it, if 80% of the calls are for the county, why should Hollister be paying for county services? To the same extent, we have an engine that we budgeted funds to replace, but if that engine is responding to 80% of the county's calls, then we need to hear from the county about how they're going to pay for their portion of the new engine. So right now, per the supervisor's request, I'm waiting for them to reach out to us and share with us what their strategies are moving forward. At this point, I haven't heard from the county in this regard. I've only heard from Supervisor Curro, not from Supervisor Kosmicki. And the chief is here. Chief, do you want to elaborate on anything in that regard, or are you just here to answer questions? You can imagine what it's like trying to keep your department alive when you've got this cloud over your head. And right now, it's incredibly hard to recruit public safety. And so my interest in moving forward with an interim agreement per the request of the experts I've talked to is to try and stabilize morale of the department and stabilize any departures that would cause just further grief. So that's where I'm at. Yeah, San Juan's in a bad position compared to the other 2 agencies. We're in a good position. It's just not a pretty scene as it evolves. So we could not take action on the 4 recommendations from the city of San Juan. So Supervisor Kosmicki asked that they come back at their next meeting, which is the first Monday in August at 9 o'clock. Sorry. Oh, and hopefully, we'll be able to leave that committee meeting with some recommendations, especially regarding the status of the current consultant and the status of an interim agreement. Those are the two highest priorities I look for.
Thank you very much for that quick overview. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, thank you. First, I have a big thank you to say to you because you have stepped up when other people are just saying, what, I don't know what to do, or running from the situation. The four-step plan you have, I think is commendable. And thank you for doing that. My big question is do you think Hollister is, David Baroni in particular, is in line or in agreement with the interim agreement?
I'm waiting for more accurate costs from Hollister. What was recommended to San Juan Bautista was agree to maybe a halfway point. So rather than agree to immediately start paying 100%, that we agree to immediately start paying 50%. And if that message to the Hollister City Council would give them the patience to take the next 250 days, we have 270-day notice. Forgot to mention that. So it would at least give them the confidence that we're a willing player.
It's also my understanding that the two cities are willing to trade vendors for the fire district consultant. And the county seems to be stuck on the other vendor, let's say. Do you think the two cities can force the county to kind of fall into line?
That's an interesting question because there's about $100,000 in grant funds that was paying for the study, and the grant was awarded to the county. So what happens with those funds? Yeah, that gives them a little bit of leverage. So
Yeah,
that's to
so
be determined.
part of that was that there was a possibility of reallocating those funds to something else. Sorry, can you come up, Chief? So that would be one that we might not lose. The green button has to be on.
Well, the light's green. So, you're correct. There was a possibility of reallocating. However, I went back and read the grant, and the scope of the grant is very narrow. It basically could be used for public outreach for fire prevention. And I talked to Chief Badola, and realistically, there'd be maybe $5,000 worth of that grant we'd be able to use. There's not really a whole lot to reallocate those funds for. My original thought, and I talked to the city manager, Marioni, if we possibly reallocated those funds to something else in the fire budget, and we're able to take those funds from the fire budget and move it somewhere else, he was willing to. But again, there's not really, because of how narrow the scope of the grant is, it's not really a possibility. If I may just speak to your question about whether or not city manager for Hollister is willing to come to some agreement short of the full amount. And I think the city manager Reynolds did speak to that, but Marioni has said on more than one occasion, you know, speaking both to San Juan, which we feel like you guys are trying to step up, and the county, like, show us good faith and come towards what we need to do. And we can work with the city council to even take the 270 days off and spend the rest of the contract term to try and fix that agreement. The issue that we're facing right now is the fire district, even if everything was good to go and we were wanting to move forward with it, we're still years away from that. So it really has to be two parallel paths, not just wait for the fire district. So the same thing I offered to you guys tonight, I'm trying to offer to the county to try and make it so that everybody has the facts they need to. But the city manager is trying to work with staff and come up with a solution to where we can get away from this 270-day termination. If we can bring some funds to the table in a goodwill, and then work throughout the rest of the contract to right size the contract the rest of the way.
Thank you.
And the other comment I have is, I heard, I think it was from Mayor Friels, that the present consultant wants to maybe even include Aromas in there because, but Aromas has their own fire district, so I would really highly advise against that.
So that was.
Let me finish. And that fire district includes all the way halfway down to Watsonville on 129. And you might know that better than the rest of us up here, but so that fire district is kind of a big one and it covers 2 or 3 counties. And Scott and I were thinking, well, that's gonna be really complicated, then that would make it a lot more complicated, you know. Supervisor Church might wanna stick his nose into the situation or something like that, and I would just keep it 101 east.
So that situation evolved because the CAO was in charge of the program because the Office of Emergency Services was doing the study. And when this came up, the CAO was not in the room. And so the city manager asked me, did you know about Aromas? I said, no, I didn't know anything about it. I've heard Ray talk about it, but I didn't realize it was in the new scope. And so they were forced to come up with a second scope without Aromas in it. And I think they lost some of the trust from the committee members, right?
That's it, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
I have no questions. I'm here to learn and listen. Like I said to, Chief Golding, you know, I said, I have no negative comments about this. This was a contract that was drafted before any of us were here. Different times, different budget. So I think we just have to work together moving forward and figure this all out. And you're brave for taking this job.
Councilmember Sabat, yeah.
I don't have any comments right now, other than loose plans for you to run me what you think through or the relevant facts so I can form a more, I mean, I've gone through all the information we have in the packets, but I want to get it from, not to call you a horse, but from the horse's mouth in terms of the specific details to help better formulate my opinion. And I come from that perspective, you know, listening and learning of wanting to, we all know what inflation is. We all know things change over time. And